Welcome, everyone. How is everyone doing? All right. So we've got quite a bit of news to cover. Quite a bit. New permanent Ethernet. Oh, that would have been hilarious. If my wife watched the stream, I would totally do that. So far, no frames dropped. Right now, it's kind of cool. Because my computer, the one that I'm like actually interacting with, is on the old internet, and the stream is actually on a different isolated internet. Now, obviously, I can't afford to keep both internets around, but that's actually like a really cool setup where it's like I can actually now on my computer do all the network stuff that I want. I can consume the whole thing, torrenting out whatever. Only strictly legal things. And not affect the stream. Not affect the stream at all. Air-gapped internet. Right. It's kind of cool. I'm not gonna stay this way because no, it's expensive. It's expensive. Oh, I gotta pay. The one's $50. $50 a month. It's just temporary. Oh, we use a we use Rocket Money. So worst thing, my wife knows all the temporary things. Absolutely the worst. Can't be like, oh yeah, totally don't have two internets. What are you talking about? No, it's good. It's good. It lets us maintain our budget well. Is Rocket Money for the aerospace industry? Well, you know, I can't release all the aerospice. Gosh dang, what is it with that word that really gets me? Like, you throw arrow in front of it, and I can't say it properly. I can't say the word that I'm planning on saying. I wanted to say aerospace at that point. Dude related. It's the aerospace industry. Yeah. That's pretty legitimate at this point. Oh, what a week we had. Now, I actually want to apologize because this is the type of thing that I should have alerted you all to. But I was inundated with a massive amount of work this week, and I didn't actually think about that immediately. There was a lot of other things that were on my mind with everything that was going on this week. So, next time. next time, at least a post and announcement. If nothing else, I will also do a short stream just talking about what I know at the time. Now, one of the problems with this is that I haven't known, well, a lot of people didn't know the real effect of things. And I didn't want to, I'm going to give you guys my opinion, not as a security professional. I don't do security as a profession. I do watch it. I do a lot with it. I'm probably, I'm like your prosumer. So, your customer, and then you have your prosumer, and then you have your professional. I'm probably like a prosumer in security. There's a lot of people a lot better than me. I know how to in-map. Anyways, I'm not a hacker, but like as far as like corporate security and stuff like that goes, I'm like a prosumer. So I'm probably better than a quarter of software engineers out there, maybe at least 10% of them. Anyways, I'm gonna give you guys my perspective on this, but also just alert you what's going on, and hopefully you guys can stay safe out there. None of us are hackers here. That is absolutely true. All right, well, without further ado, let's jump into this. So we have a very long supply chain hack that has been going on since August 26th of 2025. Now, I want to talk about how this hack has evolved and what the implications are for you and your company and ways you can stay safe as a company and as an individual. I'm prefacing this because I'm probably going to post this to YouTube as well, that I'm not a security expert. I'm here giving you my thoughts. Please feel free to leave comments in the comments on how we can improve. So if you are an expert and would like to join the stream and talk about this or other security related things, let me know. I'd love to have you on stream. I did actually reach out to a few people who are all super busy because of this, that I do know that are experts in the field. Unfortunately, they didn't have the time right now to do this, but hopefully we get some of them on stream in the future. So let's talk about it. I'm going to start where I believe this started, which isn't with the Shai-Hulud initial attack. It started here, innocently enough, August 26th, 2025 at 10:30 p.m. UTC. The popular NX build system package was compromised with data stealing malware. The malicious version remained live for just over 5 hours before being taken down. But in that short window, thousands of developers may have been exposed. The malware did more than just steal SSH keys, NPM tokens, and Git config files. It weaponized AI CLI tools, including Claude, Gemini, and Q, to aid in reconnaissance and data exfiltration. This marks the first known case where attackers have turned developer AI assistant into tools for supply chain exploitation. I feel like this isn't actually true. I think maybe if you narrowly point it at like supply chain attacks, maybe it's the first time we've seen it in supply chain attacks, but we have seen AI coding tools used to mutate the code so that it was like still a different code. So like a lot of times the way that security scans scan for things is by looking for common execution patterns. And so one of the ways you can do that is by changing the code that you're running. So it has been used in that before, maybe not specifically supply chain attacks. So I think maybe if we look at it in that light, that's what they're talking about. Given the popularity of the NX ecosystem and the NX ecosystem and the novelty of AI tool abuse, this incident, I don't know about that, but this incident highlights evolving sophistication of the supply chain attacks. Immediate remediation is critical, and anyone who installed the compromised versions confirming the compromise. The advisory confirms that the maintainer's npm account was compromised in the leak. Now, in a little bit, we're going to talk about how you can detect if you've been affected by this. I'm going to show you, and I hope to actually next week make a very simple script that people can leverage to basically do an auto detect of whether you've been hacked by this. You don't have to do like, does my computer have it? There's actually some simpler ways to detect, some really simple ways that I'm going to talk about, and you can just go do yourself. All right. Now, let's keep going. So this was attack number 1. Attack number 2. On August 28th, Brian and Adrian notified the community that there is a second wave of attacks on the NX leaked credentials. Attackers are exploiting compromised credentials to make previously private organization repositories public. And as we are learning from the community, these are also forking these repositories into compromised user accounts. So basically what this did at this point was this initial one started leaking the credentials of all of these things. And the second attack basically was leveraging the leaked credentials. And so they were leveraging those leaked credentials and leveraging those for another round of attacks on the supply chain. So this is how this worked. So if you were compromised by this one, hold on, because there's more. They would use GitHub to expose your stuff. So private repository exposure, renaming private repositories to singular repository random string and making them public. This gave them a really easy way to find the stuff because they renamed the repositories and made them public. So then they could search GitHub for singular repository and just find a bunch of singular repositories. Repository forking. The other thing it would do is it would create forks of organizational repositories in the compromised user accounts, potentially preserving sensitive data even after the original repositories were secured. So they would make a fork when it was public, and even when it was remade private, that fork would stay out there. And what they were doing was in this first attack, they had stolen a bunch of user credentials and they were forking it in those just random people that downloaded and installed NX. So it's really, 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 really important that if you have found you to be hit by this, there are two options. There is the simple option and then there's the nuclear option. I'm actually going to recommend you the nuclear option. Why? Because your security on the internet is paramount, and I think you should take the nuclear option, and it sucks. It means formatting your drive. If you've been found to have this on you need to format the drive of the device you're on. You can go through and delete the offending packages and hope that we understand the full consequences of that package. We understand the worm that's on the computer and that you can fully remove it. And you're betting you can fully remove it. I don't like hope. Hope's not a great plan. The only way I know to be for sure is just reformatting. Let me go close my door really quickly. All right, now I have like 2 hours now before this becomes a sauna in here. Okay. I can't wait till I'm back in the basement. Kept it cool. All right. It's basements. You guys in Europe wouldn't understand. Okay. So, currently there are thousands of such repositories on GitHub. You can literally go look for them. The GitHub CLI appears to be a prime target as its OAuth tokens are particularly long-lived and vulnerable to abuse and hackers. Remember, I am actually going to cover how you can protect yourself from this type of attack in the future as well. So stay tuned for that. At least some things that are going to be helpful. And one of those is always leverage short-lived tokens. That way, anytime something gets stolen, it's useless now. By the time they get to leveraging it, it's useless. That is so good. So good. All right. You just call them dungeons over there? That's fair. I just cannot wait till I'm back in the dungeon. I used to think that it was like a bad thing, and then I realized that all my equipment heats up the room that I'm in. And I'm like, yes, the dungeon was fantastic. The gulag was where people with a bunch of equipment that's running should be. Like, that's just where they should be. Now, I have to say, in the winter, my room is very nice. It's a little bit warmer than the rest of the house. All right, let's get back. So I'm gonna post this. This has some check if you're impacted. It does not have anchors. So, step security. I'm gonna get on to you a little bit here. Step security, one, kudos to them. They have released some of the most information that I have seen on them with like a lot of the details. Learn to use anchors. HTML to anchors. Not difficult. I want to anchor this part. I cannot. If you need help doing that, I can even help you on that. I can help you on that. Go to check if you're impacted. You can, so use this query to check your organization has been affected. You can replace this with your GitHub organization so you can check your organization there. I checked Null Labs. Null Labs has, I mean, it's all open source anyway, so it's like, oh, okay. All right. Secure your organization repositories. So make them private again. So these are immediate remediation steps. So when you're in a security incident, there's several things that you have to think about. What do I need to do right now? What is going to do this? Now, one thing that they didn't state here, this has no effect if you haven't gotten the worm off the offending machine. So step one in here, in this actual case, is to locate the offending machine and isolate it from the network. Step two, before step one, step two, and lots of people got this wrong. Step two is rotate all of the credentials of the offending machine on a separate machine, not on the machine that was that was compromised, but you need to go to a separate machine and rotate all of the credentials. Step three, and in this case, step one. At this point, as soon as we know, because what happens is if you don't do step 1 and 2, or let's say step A and B, if you don't do step A and B first, step 1 is useless. It just happens to you again. You just get slapped in the face with a new number, okay? So do step A and B first, then step 1 is good. Isolate, see this needs to be here. Disconnect the user from the organization while migrating the user. Revoke all access tokens for affected users. Yes, these step 2 and 3 should be step 1 and 2. Is my only critique here. Now, while you're doing this, I want engineering leaders to understand this was not their fault. Okay? You need to, and I know that you know this. You need to let the organization know this. I let everyone up to like, I don't know where up to. I think the whole leadership understand that in this case, with Node and how Node npm packages work, it is not, if there is an incident, it would not be the user's fault. Okay? Just to be clear. Make sure that you guys understand that and that your organization understands this as well. They weren't doing anything wrong. They were doing what the industry standard people do. Now I'm going to give you some tips for the future, how your company can get through this without having incidents. Remove forked repositories, follow comprehensive remediation. Yeah, so this was the first attack, but this is not Shai-Hulud. Look, I read Dune and I never knew how to pronounce it, so like, I barely speak English. We know this. We know this. The next one. Now we're gonna, don't get me wrong, we're not just looking at step security blog articles. I got a bunch of other ones here, so don't worry. We have a gambit to run here. As everyone was thinking the NX package hack was coming to an end. Things escalated quickly. The NPM ecosystem is facing another critical supply chain hack. The popular Tiny Color package, which receives over 2 million weekly downloads, has been compromised, along with more than 40 other packages across multiple maintainers. This attack demonstrates a concerning evolution in supply chain threats. The malware includes a self-propagating mechanism that automatically infects downstream packages, creating a cascading compromise across the ecosystem. The compromised versions have been removed from NPM. All right, I'm going to break this down into very, very simple English because it's a little bit... What this means is basically you take the previous thing that we had here, where this one was stealing secrets. And it did this. It was stealing your secrets. And we'll get into how it was stealing the secrets because I think it was so brilliant and just simple. They took an industry best standard and just used that. Anyways, it was good. It was brilliant. I loved it. They took that and then they said, what if we steal? What if we get the secrets to somebody who maintains a NPM package? Could we just publish a corrupted, a tainted? Some might even call it a little bit wormy. You know, when you get a little piece of bread and it's a little wormy, nobody likes it, but sometimes it happens. A little bit wormy of a package. That's what happened. So they did this, basically the exact same, where they were stealing credentials and uploading those credentials to Git. And while they were doing that, though, they were checking to say, hey, does this person have NPM credentials on this machine? Can I publish an NPM package from this machine? And if I can, let's go ahead and propagate ourselves. So this started very innocently. With just 40 packages on September 15th. 40 packages. And unfortunately, one of the things that it wasn't misleading. The compromised versions had been removed from NPM, but the damage was done. 40 NPM packages, especially popular ones, that's millions of machines. And when you get millions of machines, you get other people who have publishability on NPM. So what ended up happening from here is that as of Thursday, so 2 days ago, the last report then was over 500 wormy packages existed. 500 of them existed. And each day there was some more. So this was what, the 15th? What was the 15th? Was that Tuesday? Man, this week has been such a whirlwind. Let's see. What the 15th was Monday. And it was all week. It was my whole week. I hated it. All right. So each day they would be like, oh, well, it's 40. And then on Tuesday, they were like, well, it's 80. On Wednesday, they were like, well, it's 190. And then on Thursday, they were like, well, it's over 500. And everybody that was keeping a list had different... So trust me, one of the things that I did was like merge the lists. I found several places that were keeping lists of infected ones. And I was trying to merge them to be like, what's the actual list here? Because we developed some of our own like self-detection tools, and I wanted to detect all of the compromised packages and just knowing what the compromised packages were. Now, as of Friday, around noon, I got an email from Sneak saying that they had no longer detected any new packages for the last couple of hours. So, as I know from yesterday from Sneak, there are no new packages, and maybe it's been contained. That means they've gathered all of the NPM credentials and it's been contained. So they couldn't publish anymore. But I say that they have stolen hundreds of thousands of credentials, which means the attack from this is ongoing right now. And you need to go check right now if you've been had. And if you've been had, you need to delete all of your credentials and recreate them. You need to rotate everything. Absolutely everything. But there is some hope if you want to know which ones to take on first. So if we go through the technical analysis of this, this is like not post-mortem technical analysis. This is like day of technical analysis. So I'm not going to heavily go on this because it was a highly obfuscated bundle.js. The minified bundle.js, we don't know 100% of what it was doing. So this is another reason if you had this, in the end of the day, the safest thing is to reformat your hard drive. If you've been using Nix, NIX, this should be easy. You should just do it. Okay, so one of the ways, if you've had it and you want to know how or what secrets they probably got. Well, the great thing for you is the malware leveraged Trufflehog. So the malware leveraged Trufflehog to scan the file system for high entropy secrets. So my recommendation is if you find it on your machine, download Trufflehog and see what it finds. You know at least the hotspots. I think you should go and rotate everything. Don't get me wrong. But you know the ones to start with. If Trufflehog found it, rotate those first. Target those first. So if you found Trufflehog, or if you found it on your system, Trufflehog. Now, you might be wondering, how would I do a quick and easy test of whether I've been had? Well, let's do that right now. We'll check if I've been had right now. It's pretty easy. You don't have to do a whole lot. You have to go to GitHub and go to the Null channel or to any organization. And there's two things that you actually want to check. You want to check your organization and you want to check your personal account. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to check our repositories and we want to look for a new repository that starts with Shai Hulud. Shai Hulud or Singularity. You want to check for those two. So it turns out, where'd my, here we go. Turns out I don't have either Singularity or Shai Hulud. Now the next one is a little bit more difficult, but you can go into one of these, any one of them, and check on the workflows. Because one of the things that Shai Hulud would also do is they would set up a workflow that used a webhook to exfiltrate secrets as well. So you can go in here and you can look at any, we don't have any, so it doesn't affect us there, but you can go to the .github workflows and you can, let's see, we can go to something that does have .github workflows. I don't have any, I need more workflows, don't I? Oh wait, this is like way far behind. Oh, we have a .github workflow, don't we? Yeah. No, we don't. No, we don't. I should. I'm calling myself out here. Let's move on. Okay, so you could you can check your workflows as well because that can exist there. I think that you can script this out with the GitHub command line pretty quickly to basically check every GitHub one. If you guys are interested in doing that with me, I will make that as a tool that will check all of your repos using the GitHub command line for the workflow Shai Hulud. That is your easiest and or Singularity. That's your easiest detection mechanism right there. Go check right now. If you found that, you've been had. Now, where you've been had, on what computer, that's a little bit more, if you have multiple computers, that's maybe a little bit more difficult. The other thing that you need to go do and check is you need to go and check your repositories as well. We did it to the company, but now you need to go to the individual and make sure in repositories you don't have those as well. It can do it to either place, and you've got to go and check those. That's your easiest detection mechanism. If you're wondering, hey, how do I check if I've been had? Go do it right now. Like, I actually mean it, go do it right now. I'm going to take a small break. I'm going to read chat. We're going to see if there's any questions. You go check and see if you've been had. Isn't it Shai Halud? I don't know how to pronounce it. I really don't. Look, I've only read it in a book. I do know that they said it in the Dune movies, but I really disliked the Dune movies. And so I really dislike the Dune movies. And so, I don't remember how they pronounced it. They probably pronounced it correctly. Shai Halud. Okay, let me type it for you. It's what they named the worm. So it is that. It's from the Dune universe, Dune, and it's like the great sandworm. It's the Fremen kind of worshipped Shai Halud. The great sandworm. So, sorry if you weren't up on popular culture, which I always thought that I wasn't up on the popular culture. That is what it is. There is an ad that's coming up, so we'll just let this run. I paused it already twice, which means then people are getting pre-roll ads, and I wish that I could just turn them all off, but I like to keep pre-rolls off for people so they can see the channel without getting slapped in the face with an ad. There are no TikToks that explain how to spell fictional worm names. This is my my new career. I just get on TikTok. I don't tell them how to pronounce it. I tell them how to spell it. All right. Well, now you guys have an expert in how to spell it. That is how it's spelled. I almost feel like the D is almost pronounced as a T, but I'm really not really so in the books, I know that the Fremen were they spoke Chewbacca. It's not Chewbacca. They spoke something similar to that, which was like a mixture of French and Arabic. I think it was mainly Arabic, 75% Arabic and 25% French. I don't know the exact. It was a combination of two. The main one was Arabic. So, of languages I know little of, Arabic is probably top on my list. Shai Halud. But it is spelled, just to be clear, when you're looking for it in your repos, Shai Halud. You want to look for that, or even better, just Halud, or just Shai, or some variation thereof. then duh. Hulu, duh. Poor shy Hulu. Poor shy Hulu. You know, that streaming service that's just a little bit shyer than the rest. Don't like to talk about what they have or don't have. All right, all right. We still have about a minute on the ad break. Fantastic. I do mean I am being serious. Like, you should go check, and you should check your companies. If your company hasn't done this, I'm gonna give some recommendations that I think. Like I said, not a professional, but I spend more time in this and spend more time on like corporate recommendations than I probably should. I probably should become an expert with how much I am involved. 2026 goals. I actually think that I'd like to get like my ethical hacker certification. Although that's really different. Like, hacking and what we're talking about, like how to keep a company safe, is way different. Like, it's a completely different skill set as well. To be honest. How's the stream been? 0 frame drops from my side. I'm so happy. I am so happy. So far it's working out fantastic, and it's not even perfectly mounted on the roof, which should make it better. Should. Because I have these stupid things called trees. They get in the way. I have like really big trees too. Really big trees. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Pre-roll is off. Let's jump back into it. You don't want to mess up the gravitational, the electromagnetic waves. They're in the perfect order right now. There's something to be said about that. Although the hole in which I brought it in through the house, so my house is mostly brick. And the interesting thing here is I didn't want to drill through the house. And so when I first tested it, I put it in through the window. But this isn't sustainable. I need to close the windows for winter because we like role-playing Canada every once in a while. And so the only hole coming into the house was where the air conditioning comes into the house. And so I had to dig out the spray foam from in there and thread a new one in, and then spray foam that closed again. But I was actually worried about electromagnetic interference because through that little hole is a big 220 cable to the air conditioner. So it like there's a massive 220 phase 60 amp cable going through that. So like electromagnetic interference was like a big thing for me. So then I was like shimming a piece of metal in between these two things. This was way more work. I hope you guys appreciate the amount of work that I put into trying to get good internet, because I was like, well, electromagnetic interference with my... And now that being said, I haven't really tested. If the AC turns on and we drop frames, I'm going to be so angry, and I'm going to have to go do more work on that. Similar to TV antennas. All right. So hopefully none of you found it, but we're going to continue on talking about this just a little bit more, especially because literally it consumed my entire week. All right, you can go. I have read all of these posts. You can go read them yourselves so you can validate what I am saying. I went to the top security places that I could for you all. I recommend all of these are from companies that I respect as far as what they do. And yeah, so go check them out. Now, what I wanted to end up talking about, last thing here on this, is when you're looking for Shai Hulud, What could you do to make this a non-event? So when you have a company, when you have a software company and you're looking at this and you want to say, in the future, I want to make this a non-event. What are the things I can do to make this a non-event? And so I want to actually go through this with you. We're just going to do this. Let me pull this up. We're just going to do this live. What could we do? What could we do to make this a non-event? And none of these are going to be perfect. These are just some things that you can do to make it better. So our first thing here, maybe is this is good. Number one, we're just going to do it as a list like this. That's too small. Extra large. Okay. Our number one thing, short-lived cred. All right. Number one thing that you can do right now is short-lived credentials. So if you have short-lived credentials, this becomes less of a impact. Now, this isn't always feasible or always possible to have all your things as short-lived credentials. I understand this. But the more things you have as short-lived credentials, the better. The environment, because this could have hacked your local PC. It could have hacked your computer, your server. So we're talking about tons of places where credentials live, short-lived credentials. Now we're going to talk about these a little bit separately too, because you have your local PC and you also have your servers that are running npm packages. Short-lived credentials is the first step. 2, rotation. You need to have the ability to rotate your secrets. Okay? My recommendation was I actually knee-jerked and rotated my circuits. I rotate. I'm an AI. Help me. I rotated my secrets out of abundance of caution. I rejected them. I have a plan to do that. I have a catalog of all my secrets. I have where they are, what uses them and what leverages them. And I went through and I revoked and recreated my secrets. This is one of the reasons I've been so busy. But if you don't have the plan, if you don't have the ability at a company level, you need to automate this. Company. You need to have some level of automation to do this efficiently and effectively. And you need to have this in plan. The next thing, and this is going to be a little bit of a spicy take, but I think probably when we're talking about PyPy, when we're talking about Node npm, all of these are going to be susceptible to these. Never, ever use a 2-week or less old package. Now, at a company level, there's a couple ways to enforce this one. This one's a little bit of a spicy take. I realize this. This one's a little bit of a spicy take. I get it. Never use a package that's newer than 2 weeks old. All of these were caught within the first day of them being uploaded. The way that you overcome this is never to use a package that's newer than 2 weeks old. This literally solved all of our problems. And if you had implemented this in the first NX repository attacks, guess what? Most of it, it's a non-issue. Now, there's a couple things you have to think about when implementing this, because it is a little bit simpler than said than done. Now, there's a couple tools out there, and I'm going to name names because I know that they exist, but don't take it as you have to use these, and I'm definitely not sponsored by them, and I definitely have beef with some of them. So this is just me naming things that that can do this, but there are companies like Azure DevOps, JFrog, I think they call it what's the name of the feature? Software catalogs. There are tools like this. What JFrog software catalogs do basically is say that you approve the things that are in the catalog, and you can actually say that we don't use anything from NPM until it's 2 weeks old. And so your developers pull from here. What it looks like is NPM sits, or node packages sit here, and JFrog software catalog sits here. And when your engineers go, or CI/CD go to pull an image, they go here, and this then says, oh, okay, well, I'm going to get it because I don't have it. Usually this catalog will also cache it so it's faster the next time for the next person, and then return that. And what this does is you can set policies in here that says no package under 2 weeks old. It has to have matured. It has to have sat there for a little while. It has to have gotten reviewed. And if some incident happens, you can hard say no more. The other thing that a tool like this in the middle does is it allows you to say, let's put a hold on that. We don't want to update any new packages. I don't want to update any new packages. So that's one thing that you can do to help with this. That's one of the things that you can do. What about secrets that can't be rotated automatically? You have to rotate them. I understand. If you've been compromised, you've been compromised. You got to have a plan for rotating them. If that causes downtime, you've got to have downtime, and you got to schedule that ASAP. Now, if you need downtime to rotate a secret, rethink your architecture. I'm not trying to be mean. You have to write your architecture planning on rotating your secrets. End of story. End of story. Another thing that you can do here, it's actually 4, if I could count. If Merrick could count, 4. I lost my train of thought, missing how to count. Obsidian agrees with my spicy take. I don't look for confirmation. I feel like I get in a dangerous place where I very badly don't want to give people bad advice. And I found myself in this trap where I was looking for people to confirm my ideas so that I felt vindicated if it was the wrong advice. I'm not saying that it's not bad. It's not a bad thing to go and make sure that you're not way off of track. But you also have to make sure that you're not just trying to find somebody to confirm your idea. That doesn't validate it either. Just because somebody else has a bad idea doesn't make it a good idea. But I do. I actually have Obsidian up here. Less is safer. How Obsidian reduces risk in supply chain attack. It's absolutely on point. I was going to share this with you guys in just a second. But yeah, I think that honestly, NPM and the tooling should do this automatically. Like, unless if there's a critical security vulnerability that was patched, you should never take a 2-week-old package. Period. Like, that just is... Two wrongs. Welcome to your internet, Dad. Two wrongs don't make a right. How many times have I had to tell my children this? You'd think I have 20 children, but no, I just have 3, and you have to repeat it several times. Son, sometimes you have to stop digging. If you'd like to be outside the hole, you got to stop digging the hole. That's just how it is. It's the laws of physics. If you keep digging, I can't help get you out. Let me help you. Anyways, don't bring up dad things. I got PTSD from dad things. All right. Okay, so I've gotten so sidetracked. We have short-lived credentials. If they're short-lived, even if they get leaked, it's hard to leverage. Rotation and the plan to be able to rotate them, automate as much as you can. That's another fantastic one. Never use a 2-week or less old package. Like, I just cannot stress that one. And there's software catalogs. There's actually tools out there. Now, those tools are ridiculously expensive. And so I'm hoping that the communities bake this into the tools. Like, I would say Yarn, NPM, NPX, all of them should bake this functionality into it. The only reason they pull a package newer is from a high or critical vulnerability. So if there is a high or critical vulnerability fixed, it should accept that. But that's the only reason you ever select something that isn't a 2-week-old or less package. That's just, yeah. Again, you can leverage software catalogs. There's several companies. They are ludicrously expensive. Like, I can't talk about pricing, but they are very expensive if you're getting into this type of thing. If you're a big company, pay the money. Like, it's just pay the money. Go for it. It's expensive. It's highway robbery. They know it. They also know that you need it. So rotating a secret, you can still, I mean, I don't know the systems that you talk about, but you can generally in those get the new secret and then cut over to it. Cut the systems over to it. So you can usually do it in a 2-step process and avoid downtime. It depends on the criticality of the secret. It depends on the system that's going to take down. I'm not going to recommend one way. The people that would recommend one way aren't taking in the whole recourse. You could have a super critical system that somebody's life support's on. You don't want to just pull the plug on that, even if the secret's sitting there. You could have a system that doesn't even affect the majority. Let's say you're working on Gmail, and it's the ability to search email. Like, all of Gmail will still work, but the search bar breaks. Just go ahead and pull the old secret, and there's like 5 seconds or a minute of downtime on the search bar. That's an acceptable thing, and maybe you just do that. So there's a lot of nuance that goes into what you're going to break, how you're going to break it, what it's worth to the business, what the credential you're doing. Like, is it the credential to your bank? I would just pull it. If it's the credential to your bank, if it's the credential to your Twitter account, I'd let them have it. Like, go for it. I'm abandoning it anyways. I'm just joking. Don't do that. But like, it depends on a lot of stuff. There's just too much for me to go in and tell you how to do it, because I don't know your situation, your scenario, your service, your business impact, or any of that. And all of those things have to be taken into account. In a perfect world, we could talk about it, but we don't live in a perfect world. We live in a messy world, and we're all here along for the ride. And that messy world necessitates understanding all of those things and trying to do your best at them. That's quitter talk. Russell, you're not allowed to talk to my son. Not allowed. Just keep digging. Just keep. There's a song. There's a song. I'm not going to sing it for you all. All right. There's another vulnerability here, your CI. And I'm going to let you guys also know something that's terrifying. I can't spell derivatives. Okay, so first is your CI. In your CI, you could leak the credentials of your CI. So if you're using npm, for example, npm update or upgrade, I don't remember which one it is, upgrade, I don't use npm that often, doesn't actually respect your lock file. It will update your lock file to a newer version. Don't use npm as the example here because Yarn at least does respect your lock file, and use your lock file because in your CI system, you can break your crap and that would be bad. All right. So you have to use the command to use that you have to use because that's how it's made is npm CI. I think it means clean install. I'm not sure. This is the only command I found if you're using npm that respects the lock file. So another thing that you want to do, use a lock file, and in CI only use lock file respecting methods. So I'm not going to go over every tool. I don't know every tool. Don't do that. I don't know every tool, but the idea here is that if it's Yarn or whatnot, in your CI should respect the lock file, and it has to. If it doesn't, your CI is susceptible to Shai Halud. Your CI. Okay? Your CI might have a lot of secrets to like deploy and crap. Just think about the effects of this. But it gets a little scarier. Don't use VS Code right now. VS Code, Chromium, I didn't see anybody talking about this, so I think maybe I'm crazy. But for right now, if you open up VS Code, which I'm not going to do, it auto upgrades packages. Do you know what those packages are? Do you know what those packages are? Those are node modules. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Now, if you already have VS Code open, if you already have Chromium open, go into them and disable automatic upgrades. You can go do it in the settings. You have to disconnect from the internet, and you can do it through UA. You can also do it through the settings.json file. So there is, you can go in through the settings.json file, and you can pull out or put in there not to automatically upgrade. But the default is automatic upgrades of node files. Like I said, I didn't look for confirmation bias on this, but this is terrifying to me. I think until we know that this isn't happening anymore, and like I said, I got tentative good news on Friday that it's maybe stopped. Tentative. I think we have to wait a long time because there's hundreds of thousands of secrets that have been stolen. Hundreds of thousands. And we won't know until all of those are rotated. Okay? So at this point, I believe this is an attack vector. You need to turn off auto updating. Does your CI have spice addiction? I love it. I love it. Does your CI have a spice addiction? Okay, and so like, I know I've said this before already, but I spent a copious amount of time trying to understand the effects of this supply chain attack. I also spent copious amount of times saying, hey, how could I protect any company that I work for? And how could you? And these are the things that you've got to start thinking about. These are what's getting attacked in your supply chain. And they're just things that we have to start recognizing, understanding. All of these things are pretty terrifying. Now, I want to talk about Ford just a little bit more. Because maybe your CI does have a spice addiction. Oh boy, this box does not follow. That's terrible. That's terrible. Okay, we fixed it. Okay, we fixed it. Okay. Do you use GitHub Actions? I want to ask you what an action is. What is an action? We're just going to remove that. What is an action? Lots are node packages. Okay. So in your workflows on GitHub, and you use some random person's action, it could be a node package, just so you're aware. So, how do you protect against this one? There's a free option that's a lot of work. And then there's actually only one company that I know that actually protects against this this specific attack. Like I said, I've been putting a lot of thought into this. I hope that you guys like the deep dive. I hope that you understand I'm not a security professional. These are my thoughts right now. These are what I understand at the moment. And I think that we need to take it seriously. I mean, I take all of my customers very seriously. I take their data, the trust that they give me, and I think that every company should. And so I'm hopefully helping you, empower you to start thinking about some of these things. Anyways, these are all attack vectors from Node. And this is just Node. We're talking about PyPy. We're talking about all of these others. PyPy has the exact same issue on their post-install scripts and things like that. No, not CloudStrike. Not CloudStrike. I wasn't throwing anybody under the bus, but let's see. CloudStrike definitely got busted. Which we can find one that throws CloudStrike under the bus. Well, which one? CloudStrike, yeah, CloudStrike publisher. Multiple CloudStrike npm packages published. Now, just to be clear, CloudStrike does protect against this type of stuff. A lot of the stuff they do. There's several companies that do. That's why there are entire companies out there to protect against this type of thing. They also, do you know what CloudStrike's protection mechanism is? Whenever there's a possible vulnerability to a system, it just blue screens of deficit. It's just like, no, bro, you don't need to run this computer. You're just gone. Sorry, CloudStrike, you earned that one. I hope that you can laugh along with us now. I hope that you can laugh about this because you earned this, and I will keep making fun of this one. When you make that big of a mistake, it happens to all of us, some more publicly than others. Yeah. There's nothing more secure than your OS not booting. Exactly. What do you mean by posting? Okay, so I don't mean that it will be the exact same mechanism, right? But in Node, there is post install scripts that can run. In PyPy, we can pull this up. PyPy, is it PIPY or is it PYPI? I always forget which way it goes. It runs install scripts, okay? Whether it's post install, whether it's setup, whether it's whatnot, there are measures to do what they did here. We can get into it. I wasn't quite prepared to do it, but when you do like pip install, there are ways for them to hijack the install process. So why this is important is because they didn't actually modify the package, the application. They just modified how it installs, so it also installs their bundle.js. In this case, they use the post install script, but it also executed on the bundle.js as well. So this is still a thing here. Yeah, but I didn't quite come prepared to talk about exactly how PyPy installs, or Python installs from PyPy ecosystem. The worst part is PIPY is something and PYPI is something as well. One's like an index and one, don't get me started. Python, just start naming them some other name instead of that, okay? Just do it. Just take a note from Nike. Okay, so how can you protect your CI right now? Right now. Well, there's a couple things for GitHub Actions. GitHub Actions is the thing that I'm most knowledgeable about, so I'm going to give you my GitHub Action take. If you're not using GitHub Actions, if you're using something else, you can take the idea from this, okay? 1, all actions you use should be pinned by SHA. All right, get accustomed to your friend, the SHA. SHAs are your friend. This is actually in my best practices for GitHub Actions. You leverage SHAs. You do not use at main, at 1v1. Don't do this. This is bad. There's a couple reasons. One's security, one's because I like to know that I have a repeatable build. When you pin by SHA, you know the same thing is happening every single time. In this, well, maybe they don't know how to do Simver very well, and they break your build. And here, and they're going to update it behind you, and maybe they update and have a supply chain attack that cripples them, okay? This is impervious to a supply chain attack as long as you did. This actually saved me from a supply chain attack. This right here. I had pinned to one version of before the supply chain attack happened. Oh my goodness. Okay. So use SHAs. That's the number 1. Dependabot actually can upgrade these SHAs for you and keep track of them. So, like, it's not even that bad. So, sorry, I was just catching up on. Hey, thank you for the raid. What's up? How are you all doing? I don't know what Little Britain is. I have not watched it either. So you need to divorce from this channel. Be gone with you. We only talk about sand runes, and spice melange. Okay, please. The rest of the conversation needs to be somewhere else. What's up, Raiders? How are you doing? FWTD Centaur. What were you working on today? You were coding in Rust? Well, we're going to be coding in Rust in just a little bit. We're covering the news first. So if you guys didn't know, which I'm happy to have you on board, there was a huge supply chain attack that started with the NX build system. I always say Nix, sorry, NX build system, and then propagated to hit a massive amount of node projects. So we're covering that right now, and then we're going to jump into some Rust. Did you have a good stream? I'm not following you, but I am going to give you a good little follow there. I'll try to catch one of your streams when I can. Thank you for the follow. And there's your AI generated little story about how you came to be a follower. Completely true and accurate, I've been told. The AI knows. The AI knows. All right. Do not use @main or @v1. I'm going to continue on. I got a line of thought here, and I got to get through this before I can get to some Rust. All right. Moving on. Some things you can do. 2. You know what? 2, I'm going to do this. Boom. Done. Much better. All right. That is not what I meant to do. There we go. All right. 2. Disable use. This one's painful. Just disable use of all actions outside your company. That one's painful. Now, what you can do is make a trusted list. So you can make trusted providers like GitHub, for example, could be one that could be leveraged. The other thing that you can do here to make this a little less painful is you can make a basically list of ones that people can leverage. And what you have to do this, now I wish GitHub made this easier because GitHub could make this simpler, but they don't. So what you have to do is you have to make a repository, make a repo that like basically re-imports the available ones. So you make a special repo that can use outside the organization's actions, and then you basically re-export them through that re-export actions from outside org. If you guys would like to see an example of this, I can do that. I can show you how to do this. It's a little bit complicated. I know I'm writing it simply here, but there is a way to do this so that you can basically limit but not completely remove people's abilities to leverage these outside org ones. This is the free option. There are companies that allow you to do this. Again, I'm not, DM me on Discord. I'm happy to get people in contact with the companies they need. I'm not giving them an ad. So if you need it, let me know on Discord. Happy to help you out on finding which ones of these will do this. Yes, I've heard of NPM. Absolutely. That's what we're talking about. That is what we're talking about. All right. honestly, friends, the last thing that I wanted to bring you to was the Obsidian blog. This is 100% about NPM. Also, we just met the 1,000 follower goal. I have a 1,000 follower goal YouTube video planned out for you all. So when that releases, I'll let you know. Now, that being said, I'm back to making YouTube video that I need to release first. But following that, so probably be a couple of months, following that and a few educational videos that I have in the works. I have a video for the 1,000 subscribers already planned, already written. It's going to be pretty funny. So congratulations. Nice work, everyone. Thanks for everybody's follow. Fantastic. I'm super excited. Man, I got up to like 990 and then nobody followed me for like 2 months. And that was a little hard on me. Not gonna lie. I was also suffering from Rocky Mountain spotted fever. If you guys don't know what Rocky Mountain spotted fever is, the Rocky Mountains gave us tornadoes and Rocky Mountain spotted fever. Did you know that that's why the East Coast of the United States has tornadoes? Is because of the Rocky Mountains? I didn't know this until like a couple of years ago. Anyways, they gave us two things that are plagues to our society. Don't worry, you're actually more likely to get struck by lightning than you are to contract Rocky Mountain spotted fever. Which Rocky Mountain spotted fever has more to do with, it feels like having chickenpox while having a fever. It's amazing. It's amazing. And you have it for like 2 months. And I suffered from this for like 2 months. It was really a month and a half, but it's okay. It's, it was a rough spot in my life. My goodness, it was rough. Okay. So let's talk about the Obsidian blog. Since we've reviewed all of that, here's Obsidian's take on this. I liked it. That's why I wanted to cover it. This is not a review of, this is not me reacting to it. This is me just showing you guys something that a company came out with. I just shared with you my tips of how to be safer in these types of things. This is not an exhaustive list. This takes a lot of stuff. This takes a lot of redoing practices. Using npm CI to respect the lock file is not something people really do. They use update or upgrade or install. Everybody's documentation says that. But I think everybody needs to go to npm CI so that you get that lock file respecting use. So anyway, there's a lot here. We're probably beating a dead horse at this point. So let's go to the Obsidian blog and just review what they released. I thought it also had some really good takes that I liked. Again, confirmation bias, blah, 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 sure. It may sound obvious, but the primary way we reduce risk of supply chain attacks is to avoid depending on third-party code. Now, I don't think they're sitting here stating, I wanted to be clear, when they say this, I don't think they're saying that they recreate every wheel, that they, that they wrote their own GTA, like they didn't write their own graphic driver and all of those things in the full stack. Like they do reuse code. Like, I don't think that they're saying they're not. They're just saying that they actually think about the dependencies that they use compared to a lot of other apps that just pull in a bunch of apps. It's not saying that you don't, when you go to build your Rust app, use Tokyo. Tokyo is a great option. You don't go recreate that wheel, but you pick the option very specifically. You understand why you're picking it and what it does, and that it's a good application. You should actually review the things the packages that you're pulling in to make sure that, they're actually doing their best effort to make sure they don't get a supply chain. Obsidian has a low number of dependencies, not none, low, compared to other apps in our categories. And you can go check in their credits page, which is pretty cool that they have, it's a decent number of things. Check it out. They use stuff, and that's great. But it's actually, for an app of their size, not that much, which is also cool. It's not Rocky Road ice cream. No, dude. No, it's not. Does this include transit? I assume no. They're not talking. Electron has a bunch of things. Mermaid. All of these have other things. These are their top level ones, right? All of these projects have their own dependencies. I get it. But if you're talking about if you're talking about a big application, these being the only top level ones are pretty great. Like, this is not that many at a top level. All right. Features like bases and canvases were implemented from scratch instead of importing off-the-shelf libraries. This gives... I actually like the Excalidraw. That's what I use, but it's okay. It's okay. This approach keeps our dependency graph shallow with few subdependencies. A smaller surface area allows the chance for malicious updates. Sure. What actually ships in the code? Only a handful of packages are part of the app you run, e.g. Electron, CodeMirror, Moment.js, and other packages to help us build the app, and never ships to users. ESBuild or ESLint, version pinning, and lock files. Okay, so here's where it really comes. All dependencies are strictly version pinned and committed with a lock file. The lock file is the source of truth for builds, so we get deterministic, I think they meant deterministic in builds, but sure, installs. This gives us straightforward audit trail when reviewing changes. We do not run post-install scripts. This prevents packages from executing arbitrary code during installation. This was like one of the big things that I love. Post-install scripts, great. It's a node npm package, whatever. I don't care. But the looking for deterministic installs, you can take this to any language. You pin the lock files, you use the lock files, and you make sure that your CIs leverage those lock files. This is where the money is at right here. It gives you an audit trail. This is fantastic. Slow, deliberate upgrades. When we do dependency updates, we read the dependencies chain log line by line, check subdependencies introduced in the new version, diff upstream when the change set is large or risky, run automated and manual tests across platforms and critical user paths, commit the new lock file only after these reviews pass. This is actually probably... You can only do this if you have few dependencies. What, right? Like, half of us are sitting here thinking, holy crap, we could never do this. Like, we have way too many dependencies to do this. You'd have to cut them down. This is going to slow development for sure. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. Now, I think this is a double-edged sword, and they shouldn't be too proud of this. I think this is a double-edged sword because there's also security patches that are put up, and they need to be making sure that they're keeping up to date with those security patches. Those need to be prioritized, or else they're also going to be struck by something. So this here is a great balancing act. I don't hate it at its core. I think that slowing down on these and making sure you understand the changes is fantastic. But there's also a time and place to say there is a critical security vulnerability in this that is going to exfiltrate credentials or whatever. We need to actually patch that system and prioritize it. So it's a balancing act. Everything in life is a balancing act. Time is a buffer. We don't rush upgrades. There is a delay between upgrading any dependency and pushing a release. That gap acts as an early warning window. This is exactly what I was talking about here, where never ever use a 2-week or less old package off of npm, period, or PyPy, or crates.io, or whatever you want. If they've been supply chain attacked, this gives it time for it to be detected and caught. End of story. End of story. Fantastic. No single measure can eliminate supply chain risk. Absolutely. We talked about several, but choosing fewer dependencies, slower graphs, exact version pins, no post installs, and a slow, heavily reviewed upgrade cadence together make Obsidian much less likely to be. So I think some of this, grain of salt. I like a lot of this. No post install. Fantastic. Let's get away from post install. Now, post install isn't the only thing here. Like, like, I don't want people to get hung up on post install. This was the mechanism, but they would have used a different mechanism. It just was the most convenient. Exact version pins, necessary. A CI that respects the exact version pins is necessary. Shallow graphs lets you be more methodical about this, but I think that you can have a larger graph and just don't use any package that isn't 2 weeks old. Like, you don't have to change everything. Some things like to have slow, heavy review, heavy upgrade cadences. Some things are a little bit faster. I think that's probably something that you have to take into effect, but you can still do the 2-week time window. So anyways, I don't like the slow, and I do like review heavy, but I don't like the slow upgrade cadence when you're talking about a complicated microservice architecture. And the only reason they're not talking about that. Like, every conversation, you have to understand what they're talking. They're talking about an app that gets a version release upgrade. And this is fine. This is great for an application that you install. It's great for a database. Do you know what it's not great for? It's not great for a complicated microservice architecture. And do you know why it's not great for a complicated microservice architecture? Is the bigger and slower that upgrade is, the less knowledgeable you are on the effect it will have when you deploy it. That's just fact. All right. Rant over. My recommendation right now: don't update anything with NPM. I haven't even upgraded my computer, my Pac-Man based Arch Linux. And the reason I haven't done it is because those installs could run Node or NPM, right? You've got to be thinking about this. I haven't used Brew. Brew can use Node packages. Yeah, that can run post-install scripts. Did you think about that? Absolutely. For this week, until next week, I'm not doing any of that. I'm hoping if Friday, the communication I've gotten from security professionals is that there's no new ones. But there's still fallout happening from this. So we have to wait for the dust to settle. Thousands of files using it. Yeah, Dutch, it's rough. FWD Centaur. Absolutely. You should curate a entire list of dependencies. You know what? You can. I don't know. I don't want to get too sucked into what in an ideal world would happen versus what happens in real world. Well, Dutch, that's because it uses Go. Have you seen Go package management? Please. Don't get me into scary as all crap is the Go package manager. Or lack thereof. All right. Let's move on to something more fun. I got just a little bit more news to cover, and then we're going to get into a little bit of Rust. We're going to get a little rusty. And it's going to be a little bit of fun. Guys, no drop frames. New internets. Perfect. I just got to actually install it now. That's all. That's all. Oh, look, we're picking on Node right now because I hate script, and also because it's the one that happened. I am pretty sure all package managers have this problem, and I think honestly you should just do this as a general rule of thumb. If it's not 2 weeks old or later, don't use it. I'm going to employ that with crates.io. If the package isn't 2 weeks old, I'm going to install the version before it. There we go. But still a joke. But not really. Do it. Dr. Leper, we're gonna have to ban you. I'm sorry. Such heinous acts against .NET. Look, Russell's one of my best supporters. I can't anger him, okay? I can't do it. I can't. I'm just joking too. Yeah. Go package management. Look, also let's be real. Let's not pretend that Go mod is a real package manager. Like, can we stop that? Can we please, for the love of all things good? Like, Go won't get better until the people in the Go ecosystem will stop pretending that these things are good. I think that's maybe the thing that I'm most annoyed with the Go ecosystem is they're like, well, Go mod is so much better than like, I don't know, Go vet and glide and no package manager at all. And it's like, okay, it is better. Great whoop-de-doo. Better isn't good. Oh, it's good enough. What does good enough mean? I don't know. Yeah, Dutch. And you and I probably have written more Go than most of the people on the channel have. Like, sadly, that's the state of Go package management. Oh my goodness. Okay, we have an ad. And then after an ad, we're going to get on to some other more fun stuff other than Go mod. But during the ad, Dutch and I are going to talk about Go mod stuff. Oh wait, Dutch is going to have to watch the ad because he's not a subscriber. So we'll talk about something else, more fun. Like how .NET is the safest, most secure package management of all. Nougat.com kills me. Okay, I don't know much about .NET. All I know was like, one, I don't know why it's called Nougat. I'm sure that there's a reason, but it's like Nougat. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. But then there's like a Nougat it's not Nougat.com, it's Nougat.org. Like, and I guess Nougat stuff comes from Nougat.org. Like, that's the package repository, but Nougat is the tool as well. So like this has the inverse of PyPy, whereas PyPy, it's like pip uses PyPy uses PyPy, you know, PyPI and PIPY. And that's all used by pip. Nougat has the inverse where it's like, it's all Nougat. It's just all Nougat. So are you talking about Nougat.org? Are you talking about a .NET app? Or are you talking about Nougat the tool? Or I'm not really sure what you're talking about here. And it gets confusing. Nougat confuses me. Okay, I love it that Twitch flagged Nougat as offensive. It flagged Nougat as the offensive tool. The word. Eat them apples, Russell. Twitch is after you. Oh, Twitch knows. It's on to it. I unbanned it. I said that we could throw around the possible slur nougat. See who lasts longer. Okay, well. Anyhow, please don't take down my video. I've been using Nougat very liberally. Guys, I've learned from my mistake. I was using Nougat, and it's Nougat. I apologize. Please don't cancel me. I will from now on be using Nougat, and I will not say Git. Okay? I have I have erred. I have learned from my ways. This is an honest plea from me. Please don't cancel me. All right. We're almost done with the ad break. I have no more filler content to make at this point. It's a nugget. Okay, I might just call it nugget from now on, though, because that makes me happy. It's definitely GIF. The creator is wrong. The creator is wrong. GIF is peanut butter, okay? GIF is straight up peanut butter. And they won that. They won that. So, it's definitely a GIF. But we don't need GIFs anymore because we got the new WebP standard, right? I actually mean it. We don't need GIFs anymore. The WebP is better, right? GIF is a cleaning. You guys use peanut butter to clean? You guys have been doing it wrong, okay? You put that on bread with just a little bit of jelly, and then you put another piece of bread, not wormy bread, by the way, and eat that. It's fantastic. It is not a cleaning product. I can predict this joke. Fair. I'm not a comedian. Also cleaning in the Netherlands? Really? Is it like a chemical or is it like scrub brushes or something? I obviously don't know. Is now called Sif. Why would they name it Sif? Lemon juice? Did they really? All I think of is syphilis. Sadly. I'm sure that there's a better Sif. I'm sure that there's a better one. That's all I can think of. I know Ajax. All right. Now for this next one, everyone, I want to take you to 2008 on a little story that starts in 2008. In 2008, the world of design was revolutionized by science. In 2008, we got this work in progress. We were blessed with an insight in how Pepsi redesigned their logo. And you'll be wondering why this matters. Pepsi didn't just say, hey, does that look cool? When I created the Null Labs logo, what did I do? I said, hey, that looks cool. Let's do that. Pepsi took it to a whole new level. If you thought that Pepsi just made something that looked cool, nah. They were like, hold my beer. I don't even drink beer, but I had to get a beer to say, hold my beer. Like Pepsi doesn't make beer. That's the joke. Anyways, convention, DNA, innovation, DNA. We got science in the logo rebrand. The origins of created endeavor, universal design principles. This goes into science and history from the proportions of natures to duality and balance. It goes through a bunch of stuff, all the way to gravitational lines. My favorite portion, if you actually go and read through this, which I actually recommend you go do it, because Pepsi is the Illuminati. Holy crap, this was a group of people that got paid way too much money to redesign the Pepsi logo. Look at this. Perimeter oscillations. They're finding perimeter. I think they were making stuff up, but that's okay. They were trying to get paid. They got paid lots of money. Okay, we're going into this. But then, okay, here we go. Artists and architects have prioritized their work to approximate the golden ratio, especially from the golden rectangle, with the radius of the longer side and the shoulder golden ratio. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So we brought in math. I respect this. We brought in math. But then, what is better than math? Well, let's go into physics. I mean, math is the cornerstone of physics. So while we're doing all of this, the geometry of aesthetics, dynamics, let's talk about gravitational waves of the Earth. Yes, Pepsi has scientific energy fields. These aren't your chi, chakra, chi. These are your scientifically proven energy fields of the Pepsi. Now, what does this have to do with modern day? You're like, Merrick, you're reporting on tech. What does this have to do with the modern day? Well, if you haven't guessed it yet, there has been a logo redesign. There has been a logo redesign. Fresh bread. Non-wormy bread is better than math. Nobody gets that if they weren't here for the previous part. The ASF blog. What's the ASF, you ask? What is the ASF? It sounds cool, but it's the Apache Software Foundation. What is this? It's not a feather, you say? That's right. Math was used to find the most aesthetically pleasing thing. No, they did rebrand. The AS. Why an oak leaf? But they had to relief. They had to release a why the oak leaf. The centerpiece of our new logo is an oak leaf. Now, I have to let them know that they don't understand oak leaves, and they didn't do enough science here, because there's actually a massive number of oak leaves. What this looks like is this looks like the stereotypical white oak leaf, but if it had a little bit deeper swooshes, it would have been a chestnut oak leaf. But to be clear, it's not a red oak leaf, which is vastly different. If people think that I'm joking, I am not. Types of oak leaves. If you're wanting just a reference, these are all oak leaves here. Just to be clear. Oh, Facebook. I did not want to go to Facebook. These are all oak leaves. Now, what they're mostly going after is the white oak is what I think that they're going after, but I would have liked a little bit more scientificness on it. Obviously, there's a lot of different types of oak leaves here at their disposal. But they're specifically going for the white oak leaf, which is fine. Because that's the bourbon barrels made out of white oak. It's pretty anyways, just pointing it out. Could be poison oak. I do believe something started out being called oak. I forget what it is. The oak family of trees is actually really fascinating. I actually really like the oak, and the white oak is actually one of the most. It's the one like ships and stuff were made out of because it's actually waterproof. It's why barrels are made out of it. So it's probably the most prevalent when people think of an oak tree. They think of a white oak tree, because that's like the thing. Although there's several oak trees in the white oak family, chestnut oaks are part of the white oak family as well. Anyways, we'll move on. We'll move on. In the 1990s, 8 people planted an acorn, the seed of something new, which became the Apache Foundation. Over the decades since, more and more people joined them. They formed the organizational structure and supported a growing forest of projects and many types of things. Do you know what? I was making fun of Apple. Pepsi. I was making fun of the oak leaves. But what I love about this and why I'm supporting their rebrand is this blog post read as a passion of the people that did it. This oak leaf doesn't resonate with you. They didn't make it for you. This resonated with them, and I'm really happy for them. When I read this, it doesn't go about how they're going to sell their products or how it does. They said, this resonates with us. This resonates with who we are. This resonates with what we want to be. The oak is the most enduring trees and it is found around the world. It grows slowly but steadily, supporting vast ecosystems and lasting for centuries. In the same way, the Apache Software Foundation has served as a stable, resilient steward upon open source for more than 25 years and is looking to the long future ahead. Choosing the oak leaf in our new logo represents our enduring power of our ethos, community over code. And then they go on to reflect their values. And you know, there are trees that live longer than oak trees. They're only a couple hundred years old, but whatever, it's fine. They do have huge wide canopies. And yeah, they're a foundational species of many of the things that we do in life, which is really cool and fantastic, but it resonates with them. It resonates with them, and I'm like super happy about it. So anyways, if you're going around and you see this oak leaf, that's the Apache Software Foundation. So cool on them. And yeah, I thought I'd show you guys. That's interesting, Dutch. I guess it also removes the Native American undertone to the product. I thought that it didn't. So the reason we have so many oak trees is because, like, literally the reason the United States thought that they were junk wood because they were so populous was because they were curated by the American Indians. That's my understanding of the oak forests that we have. But anyways, I'm glad that they found something that reflected their values, that reflected them. I think that this is a cool way to rebrand, unlike the Pepsi way. Pepsi way was a, we have money to spare. We have money to spare. Yeah, they actually rebranded, they adopted it, and if it's really cool for them, like, I want to support that. I want to support, like, this is us, and we're happy about it. So like I said, they're maintaining open source software, and if they find something that resonates with them, awesome. The feather was an icon. It really was. It's why I wanted to point it out to everybody. Was like even like if you look at like the website right now, you know, in your browser, that icon is still the feather, and it's an iconic feather. It's a super iconic feather. So, yeah. Anyways, ASF. I will probably, at least for the short term, refer to them as the Apache Software Foundation just when I'm talking about them, just because that's what people understand them as. So. All right, let's talk about the most exciting update of Rust in a long time. All right, we have 3 open source things. I'm going to group them all together for you all. They're exciting. Rust 190 is out, which is really awesome. So you can update to the stable, wait for it to be out 2 weeks, okay? 2 weeks. In case there was a supply chain hack, you want to wait 2 weeks before getting the latest and greatest Rust. That's what we've learned today. So you can't quite get it yet. You can't quite get it yet. What's new in the stable release? LLD is now the default linker. So LLD for linking Rust crates by default. This should result in improved linking performance. So some people found linking to be slow. I've never gotten a big enough project to really have a problem with a slow linker, but that's fine. So anyways, you in the vast majority of cases, LLD should be backwards compatible with BFD, and you should not see any difference in the reduced time, or you should just see reduced time. However, if you do run into a new linker issue, you can always opt out using this. So if that's a problem, go ahead and change that. I think one of the biggest things is this workspace publishing. If you have a workspace, you didn't used to be able to publish everything in the workspace. You had to individually publish the things. And this is just one of those things where it's not a big deal, but it's super nice. Cargo Publish Workspace is now supported, automatically publishing all the crates in a workspace in the right order, following the dependencies between them. This has long been possible with external tooling or manual ordering of individual publishes, but this brings the functionality to Cargo itself. That's awesome. I think all the other things here are maybe, maybe not as big of a deal, but the one thing here, and this is not really about the language itself, it's demoting this to tier 2 host tools, and that's because GitHub will soon discontinue providing free macOS runners for public repository. And the x86 is just getting discontinued by Apple as a whole. So that means you'll need to be on a Mac M1 designed obsolescence. Anyways, and there were some stabilized APIs. Go check it out if you're interested. Other in the open source news, something I'm excited about because I was waiting on this release to start doing my game development. I had the beta installed, but the beta didn't support Rust, which was important to me. Godot, or Godot, whichever you feel like calling it. I like calling it Godot because that's what I learned calling it as, and I'm happy calling it that way. So go ahead and judge me. You're fine. Making Dreams Accessible. Godot 4.5 has been released. As soon as I can update my system, I will be getting this through my package manager. And I'm very excited about it. So anyways, go download it. I'm not going to go through the highlights of this because, to be honest, I haven't really used Godot before, so I'm pretty new, so I wouldn't even really know. But we're gonna be playing around with it. We're gonna be making a few games. I have a couple game ideas that are pretty cursed, and we're gonna be doing it. And also, it's a cool project. I love shouting out these big projects that have been successful as open source. So kudos to the team doing it. Kotlin 2.2.20 boosts WebAssembly support. I just want to call this out because I'm really excited about WebAssembly, and not every language supports it as well as Rust does. And I want to give a shout out to the people that are doing this. Kudos. That's all I really wanted to say. WebAssembly support in Kotlin got better. I don't know enough about Kotlin to tell you more about it, but it's super cool. I'm loving getting back into the news. I got a little discouraged. So I'm going to take a little quick break. I got a little discouraged. Some people called my news coverage as React content, and I'm a little allergic to React content, and it discouraged me. And I'm sorry, I didn't really say anything about it. I just kind of stopped doing the news. I got it from a couple of people, and anyways, I enjoy doing the news. I enjoy covering this stuff. I hope you guys do too. I also won't stream next weekend. Next weekend is my wife's birthday. If you think my Ethernet cable down the hallway is annoying her, streaming on her birthday, you would not see me again. You would get to witness a live murder. Not doing it. Yeah, Dutch, I understand that. I understand that. I at first thought maybe people thought that I was reacting. I try to contemplate on myself first. My goal isn't to react to people. I think that react can mean a lot of stuff. I do react to some stuff for sure. Too often it's people that are watching Marvel movies and being I'm reacting to it. Whoa, look at that. It's a explosion. Whoa. And that's what I think of React content. So when somebody said that, I was oh, no, not me. It's just my view on React. Dang it, I wish I could have those right on the take. Oh. Oh, fantastic. That is. Oh. Oh gosh. Just oh. All right. I know. So I I was sick for a little while. We had a rough move. We had Canada, the invasion of Canada, or role playing as Canada. It was a long time, and then that was like the cherry on top, and I was kind of a little burned out. I took it harder than I should have, and I was a little burned out. But I am actually, I'm ready. I've started recording YouTube videos again. So I have figured out what I want to do with YouTube. It took me a little while. I had these competing interests. I have figured it out. There's still a few finer details to iron out before the videos get released, but I have figured out what I want to do. And so like, excellent. And that makes me happy because I'll be much happier now. And I can shave this stupid hair. I've been growing this for the video. So it's a little dedication, and I absolutely hate it. I absolutely hate it. All right. You know how we started 3 weeks ago? The AI game arena. We started this as a passion project for the AI games. We have competition. We have competition. Who here has been spying on all my open work that I do and reporting back to Google? All right? Who's been doing it? Today we're launching Kaggle Game Arena, a new benchmarking platform where AI models and agents compete head-to-head in a variety of strategic games to help chart new frontiers in trustworthy AI evaluation. Who ratted us out? I've been planning this for months. Now, they didn't start with tic-tac-toe. Huge miss on war games. Huge miss on efficacy. Huge miss on not having the Terminator be a historical event. They started with chess. That's what they started with. Now, that being said, we're probably going to use this in the AI games, but we're going to use our own anyway. We're going to make our own because we're starting with tic-tac-toe. Yeah, anyways, that exists. That exists. Killed by Google in 3 months. Dutch, you traitor. You traitor. All right, there's a plethora of AI stuff. We're going to talk about, I feel like a lot of people talked about this already, so I don't know that I need to. I'm going to cover it really quickly. I want to point your attention to another historical artifact on the web, and that is US patent USD 618677S1 and USD 670268S1. These basically patented a rectangle with rounded corners as a patent in 2010 by Apple. These are terrible, terrible patents that should not be approved. And the US Patent Office is designed to protect intellectual rights. And it seems like the US Patent Office at this point in the time is being used by patent trolls. And I'm calling them out. I'll never get sponsored by them. Nintendo is becoming a patent troll. In the example of a game program, a groundboarding target object or an airboarding target object is selected by a selection operation. and the player character is caused to board the selected boarding target object. If the player character boards the airboarding target object moves towards the ground, the player character is automatically changed to the state where the player character is boarding the ground boarding target object and brought onto the same state where the player character can move on the ground. Basically, they're trying to patent, or they did successfully patent, it can be appealed and fought in court, but you have to expend a lot of money to do this. And, you know, there's companies out there like Cloudflare that actively fight patent trolls and raise money to fight patent trolls, which is now going to be Nintendo. Nintendo has gone to patent trolling. There's already been a lot of work of people doing prior art for this one, but you literally have to take them to court. US patent, you are enabling patent trolls. Do better. The US patent office needs to do better. They need to understand what they're doing, and they need to do better. An example of an information processing system moves a player character on a field based on movement operation input. You move somebody. This, again, prior art. Thousands of games use a processing system that moves the character on a field based on movement operation input. The information processing system uses a sub-character on the field, a companion of any type, based on a first operation input. So your companion follows you. Hundreds of games. Is placed on a location where the sub-character is caused to appear. The information processing system controlled a battle by the first person. You have a companion that follows you and fights. Again, patent trolling. I can't say more. There's other people that have dug into it more. These are straight up patent trolls. That's all I'm saying. I will never buy a Nintendo thing anymore until they clean up their act. I'm being serious. I will never spend a dime on Nintendo. Like, that's the best we can do. And I mean, that means I won't play the next Zelda. And I love the Zelda games. Won't do it. I will give up playing Zelda. Yeah, every bad practice that's not illegal will be in the Nintendo playbook. I'm done. I'm done. I can't. I don't. I will not stop my children from spending their money on Nintendo products. I will not spend my money on Nintendo products. I think that's what we need to do as customers, consumers. This isn't good for the game industry. This right here is hurting the entire industry, and we need to actually put a stop to it, right? We need to put a stop to it. It's hurting the entire industry. They can go after hundreds of thousands of games with those two patents. Hundreds of thousands of games. Now, maybe they only use it to win a battle against a single game. Maybe they don't stop there. I will tell you that they won't, because that's not what Nintendo does. Nintendo does not do that. It is such a shame. They have really cool IP. It makes me, like I said, the Ocarina of Time. I grew up on that crap. But, yeah. PlayStation is scummy too. Maybe not as bad. PlayStation is the one that was like, you can't make panels to reskin the PlayStation. Oh, yeah. Oh, did they back down off of that? I hope they did. I actually didn't get a PlayStation because of that. I don't even want to reskin the PlayStation. I just thought that it was so scummy that I wouldn't buy a PlayStation. I sent them an email telling them that why I wasn't either. I like to let them know. I don't think they actually read it, but that's okay. All right, so we have a couple shotgun items here for AI. One, I want to give a word of caution, and then the rest are just like, yeah, just FYIs. The first one here is temporal and the next frontier, scaling AI reliably. Companies are orchestrating complex workflows that combine traditional business logic with AI decision making. Now, I actually really like temporal. If you're looking for something to run workflows with, temporal is actually a really good solution. I highly recommend it. I think that temporal's really cool. Now, there's other workload orchestration workflow machines that you can do, like Argo CD. I don't mind all of them. If you are trying to scale AI's making decision making, your company is headed for a rough time. I leverage a lot of AI stuff, and I do not think it's in a place where it can make decisions that are not reviewed by a human. And when you're talking about orchestrating complex workflows that combine business logic with AI decision making, which means that you have thousands of decisions being made by AI on business logic, I think that you're in a much more scary spot than just having the infrastructure to do that on. I think there's a lot more that you have to go in here to make sure that you have the right controls in place. I'm not saying that you can't leverage AI at scale to do a bunch of things. You can, but if you're trying to do it at scale with business logic that impacts the business, which is what I consider business logic, you really need to make sure that there's safeguards that aren't made by the AI, that aren't prompted into it. We're talking about safeguards of either human reviewing, or we're talking about safeguards of applications like linters that make sure of things, or debuggers that make sure of things. And I'm not talking about just code here. There needs to be safeguards in place that are designed and engineered by humans that make sure that it's adhering to this. Now, what benefits you're getting from just having people program those, I don't know, but you might be getting some. But you have to be really careful with this, or else you could be in for a bad time. Just my warning, I have seen some of these go very badly. Very badly. Introducing AI Sheets, a tool to work with databases using open AI models. Hugging Face AI Sheets is now open source tool for building, enriching, and transforming datasets using AI models with no code. I think this looks kind of cool. It basically allows you to drop a CSV file in here and then like do some stuff with it with AI. I don't know. I don't know how useful it's cool. I don't know how useful it actually is. AI is statistical analysis. I cannot say this enough. It is statistical analysis. How many times does Zillow do statistical analysis before we started calling statistical analysis AI? And that was a million times a day. It would guess the price of your house. Now, if you ever looked at what a house sells for and what Zillow predicted it would sell for, it's wrong millions of times a day. And the reason is predictive models that use sufficiently advanced statistical analysis are really cool at getting something that's close. I do not believe purely leveraging statistical analysis you'll have anything that's 100% safe to run without human interaction. I'm not saying that you can't layer stuff on top of that and build a cool system that does what you want, but it at its core is designed to be fudgy. And you just have to accept that. And you got to design your system around the fact that you made it fudgy. Visual Studio, not Visual Studio Code, 2026 Insider is here. And it went all in on AI. If you watch this, it is an ad for AI in your IDE. I hope we're not in a bubble. Because that's what we have right there. That's it. That's all I had for the news today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I was having fun. I know we took a little bit longer than I wanted to on the worm. I really think do not run npm right now, unless if you have a lock file from 2 weeks ago and you use npm CI. That's the only safe way to use it today. Okay? That's just my word of warning. It's just I don't really know. I haven't used Visual Studio in a really, really long time. It's like integrating Copilot into everything. The result is simple. You move faster, your code gets better. Guys, I cannot tell you. I actually keep track of AI usage and the effect it has on code. I have not seen this. I can tell you that more code gets done and more rework gets done. I can tell you that without training, PRs get bigger and code gets changed more often. And by changed, I mean like rechange, like the code that was checked in. So what I track is generally, a ton of rework is either saying the business is changing its mind a lot or that you're checking in crappy code. That's the two ways to interpret it. There's a third minor way, but anyways, rework in the same team goes up dramatically with AI usage, which means you're touching the same code again. So when they're like, oh, you checked in more lines of code, but more lines of code was reworking code that you are, I have not actually seen a correlation to more features being produced with all of our AI usage. I haven't seen it yet. And if I do everything very favorably, it's like a 5 to 7% increase on the people that highly leverage AI. 5 to 7%. So these people, I don't understand. And that is like being as optimistic as I can be. The likelihood is that like right now that they're actually slower, but as soon as they figure out all their crap, it will be faster. Like that's being how optimistic I'm being. That like right now they're sinking some time into figuring out how to do it and that they will have a 5 to 7% increase. Anyways, okay, I'm done ranting about this. What we're going to do is I'm going to make a cup of tea. I have some Vermont Earl Grey tea to make, and you guys are going to play a game of Wordle while I make that. What's the overstatement of the century? I overstated something? I mean, I might have. I probably have. Oh, Microsoft. Oh, okay. I was like, probably. I probably have overstated something. Like, literally, I logged in yesterday to my computer, and I just typed, yay-syu, and I was right here, and I almost hit enter, and I was like, this could install a node package. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm not up to date. I'm a week behind updates, which means I have a gig of new updates to do. Do you hear my dogs howling? They're so sad. My wife left, and so they're out there howling because they're locked out of my room. Okay, I'm gonna go take care of my poor dying dogs that have only been excommunicated, anathema for 30 minutes. I'm gonna take care of them while making a fine cup of Earl Grey while you guys play Wordle. I love how they howl. They do their little like sad hoo. That's there. I'm sad. If you hear that from my dogs, that means they're sad about something. If you hear them barking like rah, 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 that's their alerting. I'm alerting you to something. That was, we're sad that your door is shut. And my door is shut because they would come in here and howl because mama left. Oh, good point. 30 minutes in dog time is like 3.5 hours. 2 minutes is like 12 days. Actually, Dutch, I actually think vibe coding is the new way to proof of concept stuff. Not strictly vibe coding, but like half vibe coding is a new way of proof of concepting something. I think it's actually fine. I wouldn't publish that. I wouldn't like it's got so many. Every single time somebody vibe codes something, there's been security nightmares throughout the whole thing. Like bit chat, like let's not get into bit chat being decomposed into it's not secure at all. Um, um, all right, it's Wordle time. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go let them know I haven't died. I'm gonna go make my tea, and then we're gonna come back and do some Rust. Thanks everybody for joining. I hope you stick around. We'll come back. We'll talk tech, program some bad code, and yeah, have fun playing Wordle. You guys have this. You can do it. I believe in you. E-Trade. It's not E-Trade. Dutch, this is the tame word list. This is the tame word list. You don't even want to go back to the old PhD word list, okay? E-Trude. No, E-Turd. Sorry, I said Trude. I put an R in there. Wait, is it just me? Study. What word is it? No, what's the English? What is this word? A short musical composition, typically for
Etude.
Etude. I was completely wrong. It's not an etude. It's an etude.
Etude.
Well, now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Etude. Etude. I have a question on pronunciation here. How do you... I've been saying... Look, don't judge me for drinking stash, okay? Look, I'm a poor American. I don't know better. I'm sure that there's better teas out there, but it's where I come from, it's very hard to find better teas where I'm located, okay? I don't know why, but we keep throwing them in the ocean. Like, that's just like what we do. We have a whole holiday around it. We launch fireworks into the air and we throw tea into the ocean. So it's very hard to find good tea. So I've been drinking this. What is what is that word? Bergamot. I believe it's Vermont, but like, is that really how you pronounce that? Bergamot. Bergamot? What is a bergamot? And how do you have two bergamots? Is it? It's good. I like it. It's delicious. I like bergamots. I've decided that I enjoy a good bergamot. It's the essence of burgers. It's the most American spice out there. I knew I would. That's why I liked it. Bergamot oranges. That might be what it is. Yeah, this is Earl Grey. I realize that stash is probably not up to my British it comes in a bag, and I realize that as soon as you say your tea came in a bag, it's gross and not good. I want to show you guys the difference in my internet speed. Major. Let me move my head. You need some of this bergamot tea, okay? Get a little Earl Grey in you. Get a little Earl Grey in you. That sounds not great, so let's stop saying that. Major. Let's finish this one. Get some double cheeseburger tea. American. Oh, Rhodes is a... No, it's not Rhodes because the A is not in that position, right? Dutch. I mean, it was a good guess, but I don't think it was gonna... let's see. What else could we do here? What else? Major. This is why I would never get in good in the army. I don't know why I was thinking. I'm still stuck on Zelda. Majora's Mask. That's all I can think about at this point. I didn't love it as much as the Ocarina of Time, which I think it wasn't bad though. I liked it more than I think other people did. Never knew how to pronounce its name. Abort? Oh, Abort's a good one. And that, yeah, actually Abort is a really good one. Ow, 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 ow. It's hot. Should have used the handle. Oh. Oh dear. The A is in the last 2 spots, and the R is in the first 3 spots. Who picked this word list? Okay, so I love how the A's. So everybody, the word we got to pick now is the A has to go here. All right, because we just got to keep the A, the diagonal A. Oh man, the R almost did it. Okay, let's see. It's not holy or cow. That's not enough letters. Maybe holies, but that doesn't have an A or an O or an R. Oh, it has an O. It has an O. I can see. I can see. I don't know if this is a word. I don't know if this is how I spell a word. I got 1 second. I'm cheating. I'm going with it. I'm going with it. Don't judge me. Oh, it can't be this because I was going to go with roars. Like, plural of roar. I don't know if it's the plural of roar. I'm pretty sure you put an S on it, but it wouldn't be roars anyways because the A. Dang it. Cobra wouldn't work. No, there's no C. Capybara. Don't know how to spell it, but it's also too long. Let me put some letters down. Let's see. We know that the A is in the last positions. Oh, royal. Wait. That puts the O here, which is in a new position, in a diagonal. I like it. Russell, it didn't put the A here. The A needed to be here to keep our diagonal. I'm a little disappointed. Just a little. We've been doing this diagonal thing, and nice. Excellent. All right, let's do a speed test. Let's do a speed test. I gotta do this really quickly. I just want to show you guys. I have enjoyed my internet. Like the internet that I have is actually way better than I thought it was. I'm going to tell you guys what it is, just in case you're ever in the need of one of these internet systems. If I wasn't streaming, I probably wouldn't have a problem with it at all. And it's only been a problem with streaming. And I actually am contacting them to see if like they can reboot their system or something, because like it's cheaper than satellite and I get better speeds in general than satellite as well. Yeah, so I like it. Let me see. Speed test isn't going to can I hide? I mean, I'll get it. This isn't my IP address anymore since I'm going to the other system, so it'll be fine. I can't hide it, but it'll be fine. Okay. But it won't put a stress on the stream because this is the old one, right, Russell? The streaming box is the only one on the new one, so the stream won't be affected. I just wanted to show you all this because this is what I've been dealing with, and I couldn't show you on stream, right? So like downloads, actually, I was gonna say chronically, I'm over 300 megabits per second down. It just is fantastic. Lots of times, I'm actually hitting 500. I very rarely see under 300. Look at this. And it doesn't even stably hold at 5. They say that I should get 15, and I just haven't been hitting 15. I would be dropping frames right now. This is their problem. They fix this, and sometimes it's like 1 or 2. Sometimes it's like literally 1 or 2. They fix this, and it's fantastic. It's actually a really fantastic. So this is just T-Mobile's 5G home internet. T-Mobile's 5G home internet. I'm not sponsored. I'm not paid. Nobody sponsors me. Nobody pays me anything. And I'm not trying to sell you it. I'm trying to give you guys options if you need internet and you're looking for something. Their upload speeds are dog water and not even close to what they promised. Like, that's not even remotely. That's just garbage. Like, I just... Now, if you're talking about download and just leveraging it, it's worked phenomenally. I'm not going to do the one that the stream is currently working on. I did take pictures. I did take screenshots. Let me pull those up. I did take screenshots, didn't I? Okay. Not a screenshot, just the last run. But the last run was this. I'm getting not as much down. Only 258. But I'm getting 26 at least up. 26 is more than I need. I can probably, if I consistently do it, I can go back to the 1440. Like at that much, I can go back to the 1440, which I kind of like because it gives me a high resolution. So if I'm making like if I wanted to start like cutting those out and putting them on YouTube, it gives me a nice high resolution because there's a little double encoding going on. So like it would be nice. But we'll see. I've also gotten like 30 and 40 up, which has been fantastic. So I'm very happy with it, and I still need to get it on the roof and do some more with wiring. So like we'll be monitoring it, but I'm really sad about this because I was getting 15 up and it was working really well. And just for the last 3 weeks, the upload has been utter trash. Utter trash. Oh, Russell, why are you losing access to that? Are you moving? I hope that it's a good move. Like, I'm hoping that you're not moving because, like, you lost your job, you got a new job that's in a new city. Like, that's, like, bad reason to move. And I'm hoping you're moving because you wanted to move. And if that's the case, congratulations. And I'm also sorry. I lost fiber, and this was a shock to me. I did cover Godot. Here. Godot 4.5 was released. Which means I can have Godot 4.5 now. It comes with some cool features. I didn't cover too much of the features because I'm just getting into Godot myself. So I would have had to spend way too much time on understanding all of the new features to it. I'm excited about its release. I'm excited about the 2D stuff. We're going to be doing some 2D games and stuff as we learn a little game development. The 2D tile set physics. Yeah, I saw some of the 2D tile map stuff, and it looked really cool. I make really frustrating games, so it doesn't really matter to me if the tools are good because my game is bad. So it's, you know, it's cool. But yeah, I did cover it. So I like supporting open source projects. So in my news segments, I generally cover some news that has happened. And that, yeah, is part of the news that I covered. So let's see. We can get rid of, this is all the Shy Halud. I covered that a lot. Yeah, I covered that quite a bit. All right. Let's get on to some programming. Let's get on to some programming. I'm gonna dabble with Godot in the coming months, but I'm really gonna dive into it. Maybe in December. I have two things that I'd like to do in December. One, I have a decent amount of time off in December. And one, I would like to try like 3 days, go all in on Nick's test. I'd like to just do that for 3 days and see if I can't make sense of it. And then one, I'd like to like do a week game, like build a game in a week. A very small game. Obviously, they kind of suck, but just like learning it in Godot. Those are the two things that I'd love to do in December after the AI games. So the AI games are going to be near the beginning. We're going to do the AI games, and then, yeah. All right. Let's see. We are going into... No. AI Arena, right? Yeah, okay. So the goal of this project is to get AIs to combat each other. Yeah, I actually used to do a decent amount of Unreal stuff. I even got a Unreal Engine chair. I didn't buy it; they gave it to me. For winning a game jam. Me and my daughter did a game jam in Unreal Engine. And I even did some, I got access to their code and did a little bit of stuff with their code for VR headsets and the orientation of it. It was fun to play around with. But that being said, Unreal Engine is never supported 2D very well. And being a person of like me, I don't want to learn all the graphic stuff to make a game, right? Like learning to do 3D stuff, like it's cool, and I'm not knocking the teams that do that. It's just a much bigger shift for somebody that is going to make a game with his daughter and son. You know, like as just not something that's on my plate of things to figure out at the same time as figuring out how to make a game. And their 2D support has always been half-baked. It's always like, to get the 2D stuff, you have to get all the other stuff. So it's like really heavy. It's like bringing a sledgehammer to hammer in a nail. Like, yeah, it works, but man, you're swinging the sledgehammer to do it. And it feels very bloated in that regard. And two, on Linux, it just is much more difficult to get it all set up. When I was doing that, I did it in Visual Studio on Windows. And it was a much better build experience than Linux. Paper 2D. Yeah, the Paper 2D is what it's called. Yeah. And there's like some third-party things that you can get to make it better with like state animation and stuff like that. But it's like all better because it's all it's like 4 different ecosystems you have to tack together, and each one of those plugins is like $100, and it's still not complete. And then Unity is just a bunch of really scummy decisions. You know, Unity hasn't been in the news for a few months, so they haven't done a scummy thing in like 3 months. But you also have to have a plan. Like, first, the personal. You know what? This just annoys me to no end. In the personal plan, you don't get dark mode. So you have to literally eye bleed while programming your game. That's all I would want from the pro. That's all I want. I have to pay $200 a month to get dark mode in your stupid editor. No, thank you. No, thank you. I am so. Sometimes I have to like rein myself in and be like, it's really not a big deal. But why is dark mode like the skinning of your thing under the? I don't understand it. Okay. So are we building? No. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. I'm in the wrong... Wait, whoa. AI Arena. Sorry. I was like, wait a second. There has to be a project here. Please. For the love of all things good. Buttery smooth. I just want to let you guys know my bitrate has held steady. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the other thing that I have is like, you know, if I made a game, and it could be a crappy game, I don't want like the made with Unity and like all the stuff that's forced into the free one. Like, I don't want to like that. I mean, I'm definitely going to do a made with Godot because I'm proud of the stuff they're doing, and they don't force me to pay for it. But My goal is to make a collection of free apps to kill time at the airport that don't have ads. I'm so annoyed. I travel a decent amount for my work, and which I do actually have something coming up in October where I'm going to be away for a week. I'm not going to try to stream. It's a busy, hectic time. I'm in California, so I'm across the United States. And I probably have a one in November as well. So anyways, I travel. And so I'm in an airport, and like, I would love a dumb, simple game on my phone that I could just sit there and kill some time sometimes, you know, like when you're standing and ready to board, but you're not boarding yet, or stuff like that. And like, all of them are so ad ridden, like it's horrifying. I'm just going to make some, for the public good, free, stupid games to kill time in the airport. That's... I'll have like a coffee link so you can buy me a coffee if I killed an hour of time in the airport. Oh. All right, what are we talking about here? Oh, that's right. We were in the middle of making this... I remember what we were doing. Sorry. So I had a rough time with this because my internet kept dropping out, and that was I don't know why that's stressful on me, but it is. Buy me an airport coffee? Right. My coffee link will be $15 because that's it's so dumb. And it's not even good coffee. Like, they know you have no choices. They know it. You're there and you're screwed. Like, it is $15, and you should be happy that it's only $15, because you'd still be there if it was $25, because you need coffee. Because if you're like me, the only flights out of Columbus going to San Francisco are at ungodly early hours. It's like 6 a.m., which means you have to be there. Even with, I have pre-pass, even with pre-pass, I have to be there at 4, which means I have to leave my house at 2:30 in the morning. So the cup of coffee I drink at home is not nearly enough to get me. Now, the great thing is, when I get to San Francisco, I can still work a full day, even though I've been flying for 8 hours. It's awesome. All right, we were making this asynchronous, right? Yeah. Is this, can you have an asynchronous mute self? This feels a little dangerous. This feels kind of dangerous right here. The thing that I did here, I guess it's fine. We're not actually mutating self, are we? Why do we have this as mute self? I don't think that needs to be that way. Because I don't think we're mutating self. Which we need to go and change this then. I don't think we need a mutable reference to self, right? We shouldn't. I've been drinking a little bit more tea. It's cheaper than coffee. And it also appeals to my British community. I don't tell them about, we have a little creek, and every 4th of July we throw tea into that as well. We make tea with the fishes. I don't tell them about that, though. They don't need to know. Okay, so if we do that, because that's saying our, I feel like select move is a dumb word too. Actually, let's name it not select move. We should name it make move. Perform move, turn, do turn, complete turn, why is this name, why am I struggling with this name? Perform turn. That's a dumb name. It's okay. I realize it and we'll accept it. Perform turn from trade. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's fine. So let's update Anthropic to perform turn. Beautiful. So what we're doing right now is we're doing a little bit of prep work for the AI games. The AI games is a big 4-day event that I'm hosting this winter. So it will be, do I have the exact dates yet? Let me look on my phone really quickly. I don't have a calendar to show you right now, but it will be December. I think it will start. It's either going to start December 11th or December 13th. Not set in stone yet, but December 11th or 13th. And it will be a 4-day event where we compete AIs at a bunch of different stuff. There is a whole coding section. One of the things that we do is we try to learn how to leverage AIs to actually do useful stuff. The other portion of the AI games is just having some fun. And right now we're going to have them play tic-tac-toe versus each other. That's a thing we're going to do. And so, I mean, it's supposed to be learning, educational and fun. We're trying to understand what they're actually at. Another reason that I do this is that all of the benchmarks are completely wrong. Like, all of the benchmarks are gamed by the AI companies, and it's annoyed me to no end because they'll be like, the SWE benchmark, we scored better, but it does worse in actual application, right? Like, if you go by the numbers of the benchmarks, the AIs are 1,000% better than they were 2 years ago, but they don't feel 1,000% better. They don't perform 1,000% better in day-to-day usage. Like, yeah, so that's what. No, not everything's in Rust. So this is in Rust. Sometimes I use Go for some stuff. And in the AI games, we mostly don't use Rust. We use like JavaScript and Python because that's like what the AIs are best at. So we try to leverage those things. So we try to leverage those things. I try to take a very fair, measured approach. I try to cut through hype. I try to help people understand. That's my whole point of doing any of this, is to help other people understand. Grey Hatter, I wish you were here. I went over my recommendations for Shai Hulud. You probably would have had some really good takes on that. I know that you do some security stuff. If you have some good blog articles on Shai Hulud that people should read, please post them. It's going well. You know what? I got new internet that doesn't suck so far, so I haven't been dropping frames. So I'm like really pumped. And yeah. Shai Hulud. Shai Hulud. If you look for this, it's the giant sandworms in Dune. So you'll get a lot of this, but it's actually the supply chain attack, Shai Halud, that we were talking about. Shai Halud, it's like Hulu with a duh, like past tense Hulu. This is when Hulu has bit the dust. It's Hulu'd. You've been Hulu'd. You've been Hulu'd. Shai Halud. Hulu'd. I don't know. Whatever. I'm just making up stuff. But we went over this pretty in depth, mostly because for work I had to go in depth on it and make sure all of our systems were protected and defended against and hardened against any compromise. So, anyways, that's what the AI games is. This, what we're making, is a little arena for AIs to compete against each other in some games, different games. What I actually think it would be really cool, we probably won't do this year, but I think it would be really cool if the community got into like trying to train a model to be the best player at tic-tac-toe or at chess or at whatnot. I think that would be really, really cool. Like, if we actually tried to do some training of models to like have like a leaderboard. That won't be this year, but this year I'm hoping to have tic-tac-toe. I'm hoping to have checkers. Those are the two big ones that I'm hoping to have. This year, and then maybe next year, if people want to try to make the best checker playing or chess playing AI, that would be a really cool competition to do as well. Anyways, but the AI games 4-day weekend, beginning of December, should be a ton of fun. You should join if you want, if you like. I put a lot of work into it, if that means anything. Not working and covered by lies makes it snake oil. All right. So we changed this to async, which also means this is just complaining about the return type. I'm not sure. I feel like this is over-engineered on my part, so we might get rid of that altogether. Let's see. We'll go to the OpenAI integration. We got to update this to be not mute. I don't think it needed to be mute at all, did it? So I think what I was thinking of mute was if the AI should keep track, like if the AI agent should keep track, like an internal history of its moves, but I don't think it should be. I think the game should give it all the state with each move. I think. I mean, we might come up with that's bad, but I think that's what it should do. And the only thing that this does is basically wrap the OpenAI implementation, I think. And this is not select move anymore. It is perform move, I believe. What did I name it? I named it something. Perform turn. Oh my goodness, I'm so bad at naming. I'm so bad at naming. It hurts me. So that's the whole point of the AI games. I don't have much more to say about it. It should be a blast. I make some graphics for it. I'm making a t-shirt for this year. So I actually put a lot of work into it. So you're going to have a sweet AI game t-shirt. I think we just need to delete this one. This is just baggage weight. Um, let's see, agents. I wanted it as like a placeholder test, but there's no real good way of testing something playing a game in a proper way, especially because it has to return specific JSON formatting. It's just not really possible. Something I can never get working on in Linux is the Qt creator. Oh, I've never tried that. The Qt creator. Qt is like that UI, like that universal UI library and like editor for C++, right? Is that what we're talking about? And a lot of embedded stuff. It's like a whole platform. Yeah, it has like its own IDE. I never liked its IDE, to be honest. I had to use this for a company long ago. We had kitchen clients that were actually in the kitchens, in the industrial kitchens. And the old version was on a Windows embedded, and we used Qt on for that project. It was always a pain. I always hated it. On the new version, they were Java. They were Java on Android embedded, which was way better. Like, actually way better. Oh, that is something. We need a community goal for C++ 26. I want to do a 26-hour stream. That's 2 13-hour streams in one weekend for some goal for you guys. We've talked about it. And it's a little ways out because C++ 2026 isn't actually officially out yet. But when it comes out, I want to have a goal that's there for you guys to do, so we can do like a 2026 C++ 26-hour stream. I think that would be fun. I haven't touched C++ for like 5 years, so I'm gonna be like super 7 years? 8? One second. 8? I haven't touched C++ for 8 years. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be the memory leak stream of all times. Actually, fun story. A long time ago, I wrote a thing that ran on your GPU. It ran on Windows in your GPU, and it leveraged GPU to encode and stream video. So basically, it's the long story of what I was doing. But anyways, that's what I was doing. Fun story short. In my very early days of programming on the GPU, I didn't realize that you had to clear the memory in the CPU space, but also free the memory in the GPU. And so there was this stuff in the GPU that I was not freeing. And because there's like actually a call to do it from the OS. And this was back then, maybe it's gotten better now, I don't know. But anyways, so I ran into this bug where it would run for like 20 minutes and then the screen would go black and then everything would come back like 10 seconds later, and then you could start the application again. And that was actually like the video card memory ooming and just crashing, and like the monitors would go black because the Windows at that point was like rebooting the graphic drivers. Anyways, fun story. It was a fun bug. It was a fun feature. Your ethical standards prevent you from writing any more C++ code. That's fine. We all know that I'm pretty loose with my ethical standards. You know, whatever brings in those sweet sponsorships. I am still looking for a sponsorship for the AI games. I had to turn down the one sponsorship. I couldn't come to an agreement with them about what I thought was acceptable ethics wise, since they produce an AI, which kind of sucked, but it is what it is. I will still get credits from them, so it's not all bad. We just couldn't work out a way for them to help out more with it. They wanted to do more. Let's look at this agent response. I don't know that we need to wrap this, do we? Agent result is right. Agent result is just a wrapper around the result of the thing and an agent error. Yeah, I mean, and you know what, like, I'm not sitting here telling you I'm changing to C++. They've done a lot of stuff to make it more memory safe. So, like, I think it will be fun to just give it a shot and play around with it and write some code and leak some memory for a weekend. Like, that's what it meant to be. Like, if you all are sitting here hating on C++ 2026 and you haven't even written any of it, well, let's write some, see where it's at. I'm not saying it's going to be my main language. C++ templates, that's what I'm going for my main language. C++, that's yesteryears. All right, let's see. Sorry, I'm just learning where I guess we'll keep this. It's a nice abstraction. It can always return an error. No, I wanted this. Mismatch type. Expected enum. Right. I haven't actually returned anything. Well, I am coming out with, I actually just finished a C++, like an introduction to, not C++, to Rust class. I really like Rust. I don't get to use it professionally, but I do use it on a lot of my projects just personally because I think it's very expressive. I actually just enjoy writing in it. And if you enjoy writing in something else, that's fine. Even if it's script, we'll forgive you here. If you enjoy it, like, go for it. That's what we're doing. This is the weekend. Do something you enjoy on your weekend. So anyways, I want to try 2026. And now that you all know that, I got to set an easy goal. Probably 26 subs. That's what it should be. Like, it's 2026. I'm not going to get 2026 subs. That might be what it is. 26 subs probably works for the 26-hour stream. Oh, you don't like this? The macros? I really like Rust macros, but I understand. I understand they're confusing status. Only this is affected by that. Yeah. So generally what happens is the next scope block is affected by that. So in this case, it would be this here. We can get into reading this. I'm actually really bad at macros myself. Probably the biggest complaint. It's a double-edged sword. Their macro system is really awesome to use. I think it's really bad to write in. Modprog is the only person I know that actually does it well. Everybody else just pretends. That's not true, obviously. There's some people that write some really good ones, but it's probably it has the same problem that C++ templating had. It was so powerful, but it was almost like its own language to learn and understand and leverage properly. And that's what ProcMac, I'm not sitting here telling you that I leverage them. They're a joy. They're a joy to use. I love using them. Let's not write them. So there's two ways of doing a macro. This is a macro here, and this is also a macro here, this JSON. This inline JSON here is between these two open parentheses, all right? So this is the scope of this one. This one here is tied to this here. So both of these are macros. They're the two different types of macros. This is where macros in Rust are just a little confusing. And I get it. This is what the macro looks like. It would be so much better if this was Rust, if the macro itself was Rust. Like, that wouldn't be huge, but it's not. Sergeant Pepper, I owe you some communication on the Discord, and I have been so busy. And I am so sorry. If you know what, if people don't know who Sergeant Pepper is, go follow Sergeant Pepper. If you want to know somebody who writes Rust better than I do, it's Sergeant Pepper. It's a lot of people. I'm like sitting here like naming them off in my head now at this point, and I was like, wow, it's most people that I know that write Rust. But Sergeant Pepper, great streamer. Go follow him. He also, I enjoy watching his stream. I actually enjoy listening to his stream. He has a very nice way of speaking. He doesn't mumble nearly as much as I do. And everybody's their own like, I don't know if anybody else has like listened to themselves. Everybody that listens to themselves hates their voice. Like, that's just a fact of life. I hate my voice. So there you go. Sergeant Pepper, you excellent. Nice. Fantastic. No, you're an excellent streamer. And fantastic at Rust. I'm just a noob wannabe Ruster. All right. This needs to be. I'm also bad at Vim. It turns out that I'm bad. Oh wait, does the build agent doesn't need to be async. That was my bad. It's just the call to, yeah, these are async. They need to be awaited now. Okay. Cool. Let's fix this new. So in this, we were trying to do the anthropic model. What is this returning? It's returning a self. Fantastic. I'm glad you're returning. Oh, right. This is where we're getting. This is an agent of a completion model, and this completion model needs to be the anthropic one from the providers. Okay, I think we're doing that. Oh, this looks right. Why was that erroring? Arguments are incorrect. I have DMs on Discord. I have quite a few DMs I have to sort through. But that is so cool, Sergeant Pepper. I'm so happy for you. I am super happy for you. Oh, okay. We did change this. We realized that we only needed the agent, right? That's what we... Oh, this is ours. We only need the agent, right? Right. This is the client. We need to get the agent from this. Let agent... I think we need to go look at their documentation. I think that's going to be wrong. Yeah. I feel like that was very wrong. That is where we're at. I assume it's at a place you're excited to go work at. You know, please don't tell. You don't have to talk anything about it right here. I always feel like starting a new job is exciting. Wait. Is it rig? It is rig core, isn't it? It's rig core. It's this. I just want the GitHub. Thank you. All right. Let's see. We have to go into rig core. You'll be working on open source. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I'm a bit jelly. Not gonna lie. Not going to lie. That's really cool. I will be leveraging your stuff quite intensively. Yeah, that's super cool, dude. Super jealous. Kudos to you. Well deserved. All right. Wait, my music died. Let's find another one. Let's see. We'll go back to this one. All right. Okay, API key. Let's see. This doesn't work, right? This didn't build our agent, did it? Can we try that? MDL model. Oh, you know what we learned? This was like as my internet was dying. Prelude. They did like Prelude star. Which they don't show here. But if you like actually go into the examples, we found an Anthropic, didn't we? Anthropic Think Tools RS. Oh, maybe they didn't hear. Oh, Sergeant Pepper, that would be really, really cool. Anthropic agent. Let's see. Client agent. Okay, I'm gonna copy and paste this code as only a good AI agent could do. Oh, we gotta import, I'm sure. Yeah, they're doing this prelude, which is crap. Man. Let's see. We actually already have that, don't we? We have Anthropic, so let's just do, yeah. Self. And we need to do Claude. We'll need all of these in the end, but for right now, I hate that it's an enum. I actually really hate that it's an enum. We'll have to do like from a string. Oh, perfect. It is a string. Oh, fantastic. So I can just use a string. Oh, it's not an enum. Oh, okay. I don't hate it anymore. I can just pass a string in. This is just a safe string. Okay, I don't hate it anymore. Did they have something else they were importing here? Oh, completion prompt. Yeah. I gotcha. Is that what it was? Yeah. That should give us the agent. I think that's the... Oh, wait. Oh, this is MDL. My bad. I need to get better at Cloak because I tried it on stream and leaked secrets on stream showing Cloak. So it didn't work for me. It didn't work. It was, you know, when you fail hard. That was kind of how I felt. I was like, yeah, I use Cloak now, so like this will be fine. And then it wasn't. And I was like, okay, there goes, that. A little bit of fine. Do you know what I want to do? Ooh, I bumped my mic. I want to make an app. This has to exist already. This has to exist already. Tell me an app that does this. I want an app that I can put my keys in, like with the Twitch stuff. I have keys there. And I want it where, like, when I run cargo build, it can inject what that cargo is looking for into the environment for it. So things like Truffle Hog won't find the secrets on my computer. I'm actually at risk here because I have those things sitting in plain text on my computer. And I know because I do a lot of testing here, it actually makes sense for me to have those locally and easily done. I just need them injected, right? Now, I know that you can do some of this with some paid tools, but is there a free tool that I can do that with? Is there a free tool, like a tool out there that I can do that with? So when I npm build or cargo build or whatever it is, it injects the environment variables that are needed into that so that I don't have secrets sitting in plain text. Does this tool exist that's not paid for? I know like LastPass or OnePassword. Don't use LastPass. LastPass was the one that's had just astronomical. And Bitwarden has secrets, but Bitwarden secrets suck. Yeah, this sucks. There would absolutely be a decryption action. I don't know why that would be a problem. You would type a password to decrypt it, right? So, in light of Shai Hulud, which just stole secrets from people's machines, it would steal encrypted secrets because it wouldn't have the password, right? Like, when it goes to get the things, you'd have to type your password in, right? Where did you send it? Dutch on... Did you DM me? Oh, I'm sorry. It was scrolled up. I got it. So, the only thing that I can see here is that it doesn't seem to, like... If I wanted to use one of these, I would have to copy it to the... It looks like when you go and get one, it copies it to the clipboard, or it would show the password. I don't want either of these, right? These are useless to me. right? What I want it to do, you can put them in an envelope file and run the command. What's an envelope file? I don't understand. Oh, I see. You can put them in an en file and run the command. Right, but then they're in the file, right? And then I have to go back and delete the file? Like after I run, like, so my thing is, here, right now in this, I have the keys for Twitch. So if I go and, you know, if we jump back over into the Twitch alerts and we do cargo run Wordle game, like it has the stuff to connect, right? Because it's in the environment. Now, what I want is I don't want them to be in a file, period. I want me to go cargo run and it say, okay, type in your password to decrypt the file for me to inject the secrets into it. I can do it with keyring. I was gonna say, I actually don't mind like making a utility that like gets it as well, like, you know, like gets it from the environment or the keyring, but yeah. Oh wait, the in file only has a script, not plain text. How would that work? Yeah, if you could send that up for me, like, I mean, that sounds like what I want, Dutch. That sounds like what I want. Because, like, with streaming, this is a particularly painful thing that I have. Also, just Shai Halud, if Shai Halud hit my system, I'd be shied out of it. Wormy bread again. Freaking wormy bread. All right, Dutch, I'm gonna have to look at it as well, or Sergeant Pepper. Like what you're saying sounds like it possibly could work as well. I am trying to get better about it on my personal computer. Now, all those personal things are actually easy to rotate, but like at the same time, and all of them have sane restrictions against them as well. You know, like if you get my ChatGPT one, there's only $10 at a time on it. Like you can $10 use $10. But again, there's worse things like getting access to my email or something like that. Although I don't have those on here. All right. Wait. It's CD dat. Is that? Oh. I'm like a Linux expert. Look at that. Beautiful. I just went right back to it. Beautiful. It's like I've used this for more than a year. No, I cannot update my machine. Remember? My whole thing was, do not update your machine right now. I'll update. I think like, unless if you have a specifically high critical vulnerability thing on your machine right now, do not update it. Do not install new software. Nothing. I think you need to wait. Shai Halud is why you need to wait. I did a rant on this. I'm going to clip it and post it to YouTube today for people. Shai Halud has been hitting the entire infrastructure, and it's much more far-reaching than I think a lot of people think, including VS Code and cursor auto updates, which are all node packages. There's so many things that are node packages, and what I know in Arch, guess what happens when you do you could do Yay or Pac-Man, but I use Yay mostly. This goes through and installs stuff which could be an npm package. It runs a makefile. You didn't think about that. That makefile could run npm update or install. I don't know absolutely everything that's on this system to know that there's no npm package installed during this update. Absolutely cannot do that right now. You will get Shai Haluded. That's a term. You'll get Shai Haluded. So I will post that YouTube bite tonight when it gets uploaded to YouTube. I go over things that you can do, and ways to check if you've been Shai Haluded. It's very serious. Very serious. So my recommendation is until Monday, I wouldn't update anything. I wouldn't upgrade, I wouldn't update, and definitely, for the love of all things good, do not run npm install or upgrade or update or whichever it is. Don't do that. You will be taken. And it will hurt. Like, the thing is, I feel like we've lived in a little bubble where we've had security incidents happen, but I think that we, as a whole, need to get much more conscious about being security conscious. And this is why, like, I want to not have dot files with things in them. It's bad. It's bad practice. And if I'm going to stream and I'm going to try to help people, I want to help people learn to do it the right way. So I am going to put some time into not having any secrets in a dot file, period. If that means I have to build the system because it doesn't exist, I'll build the system because it doesn't exist. If pass works, pass is going to do great, and we'll use pass. Dutch, would you put that in Discord though? Would you put that in Discord so that I'm going to get it lost. You might not be back, but look, I also cannot tell you that Arch installs a node package. It just could, right? So it depends on what you have. So like, you're not necessarily haluded. I love that word now. You're not necessarily haluded, but there's just, I can't promise you that there's not, because like I said, how Arch works, it just does make install, right? So it can install anything, which is really cool, but also terrifying. Yep. This right here, Sergeant Pepper. You installed some npm stuff for like NeoVim plugins and crap. It's so pervasive. It's so all over the place. VS Code has auto updates on its plugins, which are all Node. Now it doesn't run post install, and I know that Obsidian stated they don't run post install, but did you know it's true if you run the bundle as well? So just because you don't do post install doesn't mean that you're free and in the clear, because the bundle itself does the same thing. So like, it's kind of a double whammy. I will post the link in the news, and I will do that here. I'll ping everybody. So people that missed it, I did go through all the Shai Hulud stuff. I think that you know, I warned people in that I'm going to be probably a little over the top, and the reason is I think it's very important. I think that we need to stop playing around with security. I play fast and loose. I'm not pointing fingers at other people. If my machine got hit, they would have OpenAI keys, Anthropic keys. They would have Twitch keys. There's a lot of long-lived tokens that are on my machine, and that's just bad. And I need to do better. Really? You think that people that are pro security? Now, I also preface all this. I'm not a security expert, so I'm just doing my best. I'm a small fish in a very big ocean. I don't know enough about all of it. I can tell you I haven't updated my NeoVim though. I'm literally this week haven't updated any software, period. That's except for one thing. If you run Xcode, you know, I didn't talk about this. If you run Xcode, you need to update now. You need to update now. Xcode was hit with a supply chain attack, and gosh dang it. Wait, is this it? Is this it? No, this is not it. This is an old one. There's a new one. There's a new one from like a couple days ago. Apple has a thing to update it. Why are you giving me bad results? Are these it? Xcode 26, is it? 26? I mean, I got, our company got something for needing to upgrade. I think it's to 26. They were really cagey. The thing I read didn't say, like what happened. Where is that? I'll have to find it. I'll post it in Discord when I find it. I'll look later today. They have an announcement on it somewhere. They have an announcement. I like living dangerous. Yeah. Let's see. Does this talk about it? No. On Monday, announced a release of platform update with a total of more than 50 vulnerabilities. Yeah, 27 unique CVs that could lead to memory corruption, information disclosure, crashes, and sandbox escapes. It's a pretty big deal. You need to update to the new version of Xcode. So, anyways, you shouldn't update anything else other than Xcode. You should go update Xcode and nothing else. Past show Kia. So, Dutch. Okay, so Sergeant Pepper, I think you're both right. I think you're both. Let me pull this up so we can talk about this. Let's pull this up over here. And talk about this. I think you're both right. This probably would work, and this is better than what I do, and I'll tell you why. That would put the value in the variable environment, and this is also true. But I think that this is decent. This is better. This is at least better, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I think it's better. It's only in that environment. So over here, if I did that here, it's only available in this environment, right? So if in another environment over here, you scrape the environment, it wouldn't be there, right? So right now, if you looked at my dot files, like things like .ai or ChatGPT, you would get a whole bunch of keys, right? Because they're just in files. Right now, if I move to pass with this, they wouldn't exist there, and they would only be in the environment, which is short-lived at least. And so the first time you run it in the environment, you would have to put your password in. And I realized the second time you wouldn't. And if you ran a virus then, so it's definitely worse. It's definitely not perfect. But I also want to say, like, if this is what we have today, then this is at least better than what I have today. Now, in theory, an even better one is they get injected at runtime or something like that. I don't think that exists today, but I think that this is. Stop showing me the stupid pin thing. I just want to. Anyways, I hate that this pin shows up just because I want to. Anyways, I think this is a decent start, right? If I can go to this is better than what I have. Chatterino? What's that? Sounds like a virus. Sounds like an infection that you get. It's a Twitch chat client. Let me go over to Firefox here. Check out Chatterino. Oh. I feel like I feel like Dutch told me to get this a long time ago. Dutch is going to be mad now if I get it now. I can't install new software right now either. So like I can't do this right now, but your laptop fans get to take a break. Does it support YouTube chat as well? Can I get like YouTube chat in there? I would like to get YouTube chat so like I could just be here and have both chats side by side. I need to get a YouTube chat client. I just like to have them side by side so like I can go to a screen and you guys could see both. Strictly Dominant, thank you for the follow. Sorry I didn't give you a shout out. Okay. I mean, that's good. I'll download it when I have the, when I can install stuff again. I feel like I actually just have a bunch of errors. So we still have this. Oh, expected the result. Oh, okay. We were looking at this. Oh, we got actually we made progress. We got this built out, right? Yeah. Now we're passing the agent in, which is cool. We might switch OpenAI to using Rig. Rig looks pretty cool. We might just try to use Rig. We might be able to actually unify how some of these happen. I don't think we can, though. So, are all the pwn packages on NPM, but nobody really checks them? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? It was on Node. The Node package repository. So one thing to be clear, you could use it npm, you could use yarn, you could use whatever package manager you want if it hits the Node.js package manager or the package repository. Then yeah, you'd be in trouble. So just there was some people that tried to be like, oh, it's just an npm thing, so yarn's fine. No. But it was a worm through that, so yes. It only infected other Node packages that we know of. All right, let's go back here. I'm just gonna copy this. It's not really great. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna copy this and we're just gonna return this, right? Oh, yeah. Well, I guess what I was thinking is I was going to install it through, if I can, Arch, but I'm not installing anything on Arch right now. I can also click this and get like the app image. You're right. And that's probably safe. If it's all open source, it probably exists on Arch, and I would just prefer to get it through my package manager. That's, I guess, I'm sorry. I was not fully connecting those dots for you all. That's on me. We don't need that, right? Just that. I'm just trying to get this to build. It will return an error. Fine, whatever. Select move does not exist. You're absolutely correct. It is perform turn. Wait, what file was that in? What file still had that? Main. Oh. This was dumb. This is just trying to get things to run. Anthropic. My goodness. Copy and paste. I should not have copied and pasted. Does not work. Okay, it's dumb. I get it. I just want to build. Flatpak 2? Okay. I don't use Flatpak a whole lot. Oh, fair. I did delete that, didn't I? Like I said, Dutch, I think it's better than what I have. I mean, I know it's better than what I have because what I have is it just in plain files, which means anybody that gets access to my computer can completely pwn me. And that's bad. So I think what you're saying will be a good first step. I love the idea of dynamically injecting it, but that's fine. All right, so we're building. We are building. The difference is that NeoVim gives exploits a platform to operate from. I mean, so does everything, doesn't it? I mean, you're saying that that's not true about Vim, but it's still true. Maybe it's a little bit more difficult, but the thing is, difficulty has never stopped somebody from making an exploit, right? You know, we can talk about what's the bug that went into the nuclear power plant? Susnex. I'm mispronouncing it, but that you guys know what I'm talking about. Difficulty does not prevent people from doing that. So all of them are. So all we're saying is, on a spectrum, how easy is it to abuse? Node, very easy to abuse. Cargo, less easy, but it's still a platform to do that. Yes. Exactly. I agree with you, Sergeant Pepper. It is a slippery slope. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know what the exact right, level of... I just realized I haven't scrubbed this to make sure I didn't put my keys in the little logs. I did that once. Not even thinking about it. I'm like, oh, I got this return thing and I'm just going to print it. And it's like printing the key that you put in. It is a slippery slope. And this is actually something you have to talk about as a business. Like, this is where, and I know us as engineers don't want to get into it and we don't like it and whatnot, but like, what you have to ask yourself, when Shai Halud was going off, the business legitimately had to ask, what is the appropriate response? The safest you could shut down everything. Be like, okay, this is bad. Everyone shut down your computers. Let's shut down all of our servers. Let's not execute anything until this is done. This is, I agree, an extreme response on one end. It's one end of the spectrum. This is the most secure. On Monday, if people had completely shut down, and do you want to know something? I actually told NPM or Node package manager they should shut down uploading new packages. This could have all been stopped if NPM had just shut down uploading new packages, but they didn't. I know it would have disrupted some people who wanted to publish a new package, But guess what? We wouldn't have got spreading. Now would we have? Thank you, Node, for not doing that. You could have listened to me, but they're like, you're not a security expert. And I'm like, no, but I'm not an idiot either. Anyways, so the safest response is you could just literally shut down your entire company for several days. Then there's a mitigate largest risks. And then there's do nothing and cross your fingers. Obviously there's in betweens all of these. Like there's things here that where like you start air gapping some of your stuff, and there's things here where you're not just crossing your fingers and hoping for the best. So obviously there's a huge spectrum of things that you can do. And what you have to ask yourself as a company is, what are your risks? What's good enough for the data that you're holding? What are your risks and how would you mitigate them? What's the appropriate response here? I'm going to say like you probably should target somewhere in the middle. But I think, again, there's a lot of things that go into this of where that middle is for you. And this is true for everything. Lua makes it easy to write a plugin for it. Does it make it easier to take over your system? Maybe. So that's a risk. You got to understand it. You got to look at it. Maybe it's an acceptable risk. I don't know. That's for you to tell. Yeah, Node is a pretty big petri dish. Node is a pretty big petri dish. Not only that, it's so prevalent. There's so many things that are Node packages. It's so prevalent. Right. I was agreeing with you that it's a slippery slope. I can't sit here and tell you. I mean, I could sit here and look at you and have like a very arrogant ego and tell you exactly what you should do here. And I don't do that because there's so much that goes into where on that slope you exist. And I actually think that it's legitimate for people to be at different places on that slope. If you're a healthcare provider, you need to be on the far end of the extreme where you're, shutting down versus leaking people's information. If you are a local app where you mow grass, maybe you cross your fingers and do nothing because like the effect, I'm not saying that this is a good thing, but like the effect to you and your environment is much less. And yeah, so anyways, I agree with this. This is a thing because not all software has a platform like this. Agreed. That's what I'm saying. You have to. It even changes based off of what you're doing, what you're providing, how you're providing it, who you're providing it to, and what access it has. 100% agree. 100%. That's what I was saying. Okay. Now we need to create a game loop. Because this is not a game loop. This is not a game loop. We don't need this anymore, do we? Anthropic doesn't need a model. They don't need no model because we hard-coded it. Never mind, I want it to be a model still. Never mind, because we just hard-coded it for right now. Yeah, we're not leveraging the model. Oh, this is interesting. Does this actually take a string? What does that take? Oh, it takes the API key? In that? This would never work. I have to pass it the API. Okay. API key. Okay. Is there a way to do it without? Okay, that's fine. Well, we'll leave this as is right now. We do need to expand this to let us switch which model we're using, but for right now, we'll just use 3/7 on it. Ooh. We should use a temperature of 7, yeah? Yeah? What I want to do is read this all in from like a CSV file. So like we can run tons of experiments at one time. I think that would be like the best way to do it. Obviously, we want to do it like one off and watch it happen with like pauses in between. But then we also just want to do like a bajillion runs. So here, what we need here is more like this. We need OpenAI. We're just pulling from the environment because its agent will do that. So when we're looking here and this, if you just put it in the right environment, the library will pull that from it. But this, it's going to require me to make a, okay. Let's redo this then. I need to make a new playlist. So I don't know what happened, but Stream Beats isn't on YouTube anymore. So YouTube Music. I get YouTube Music for free-ish, so like it's the one I normally use since I get access to that. But I have some others that I found. All right. What was I doing? Oh, I was doing like this is not model config. Well, model args maybe. Ooh, how do I want to pass this in? I wanted to do it really easily where I could pass like 2 agents in initially for testing. But then really I want to run it through. Do I just yeet this and do it all through a config file? I don't really want to. I kind of feel like, yeah, I just want to yeet this all out. And what I want to do is like Anthropic API key. We don't need the OpenAI keys. We don't, I don't know why. Just like this. That's the only args. Everything else, we need to parse a file to build the agents out of. I think that's what we want to do. I'm feeling really strong about that. Even if we just want to do 2. Even if we just want to do 2, I think that's good. All right, it's been 4 hours. It's been 4 hours. I have a lot of work to do. I gotta go run the new internet. I gotta like get up on the roof, attach it to the. I got work to do for you all. I also have to build my daughter. She doesn't realize this. She's been dying for a rabbit for a long time. And it's her birthday on Tuesday. And she's getting a rabbit. So I gotta go, I sawed up this tree that was fallen because it termites. And I sawed it up into some boards. Heat treated them, kill any bugs that were left in them. We're building a rabbit hutch out of those. She helped me with making the lumber out of the dead tree. She didn't realize it was for a rabbit hutch though. So 420. What's did I misspeak? I said 4 hours. Yeah, I didn't mean exactly. I did build my daughter from scratch. It was a joint effort. It was a little pair programming. There's a lot of pair programming. So that's the best way, is that. But yeah, it's a rabbit hutch is that we're talking about now, which is not required pair programming. So, you know, some jobs you have restrict pair programming requirements, some you don't. So, anyhow. Oh, yeah. I don't keep a strict eye on it. I just know that I'm a little tired. It's hard to keep up. The people that do it for like 8 hours are absolute legends. It's hard to do like a software stream for 8 hours, especially on your weekend. So for me, 4 hours, 22 minutes, and 8 seconds, it's a fantastic time to find somebody to raid, which is what I'm going to go look at right now. Do we have a good person to raid right now? Sergeant Pepper, are you getting on? I said, first, I will do a 26-hour stream for C++ 26 if I get 26 subscribers for 3 months in a row. 26 subscribers for 3 months in a row. I will do a 26-hour stream. And I said it was going to be 2 13-hour streams. To be clear, it's going to be 2 13-hour streams. Saturday is going to be 13 hours. Sunday is going to be 13 hours because I'm an old grumpy man. And you don't want to see me 26 hours in... You don't want to see me 26 hours straight. I get grumpier. You think I'm grumpy now. I can get grumpier. So, if you thought I was grumpy now, just you wait. Let's see. Russell's not wrong. That is, Russell, the only thing that you're going to be wrong is it's going to be 3 hours of writing code, 22 hours of debugging panics. And then the last hour is going to solely be resolved of me weeping and being, oh crap, I'm leaking all the memory of my system. Like, that is going to be the stream. It's fine. Well, thanks for the follow. I'm not the best teacher, but I'm happy to go over stuff. I'm happy to do that. Do we have somebody to raid? Do we have somebody to raid? I'd like to raid somebody, especially somebody that does good work but could use the views. Do we have a Ruster? I don't see any of my usual Rust people. Raid somebody installing npm modules. Just look for somebody with npm. No, that's like that's almost like you know, telling people who to go look for their keys. Like, go check if they did npm install this last week. Go check for their keys on GitHub. Like, oh gosh. Oh gosh, don't do that. I mean, if you were gonna like tell them to not do it. I searched for Rust, and there's this Emiru playing Rust. It's a game though. Emiru. It's probably not Emiru. It's probably Emiru. It's the only Rust that came up. She definitely doesn't need views. Many more than I have. V is for Vendetta. We all know this. V is for Vendetta. Please. Please. We can only have 26, so this is filling up. You'll find out in December. I was thinking about the first few days of the advent of code, trying to do it in the Python killer. The Python killer. That's what I was gonna try. Yeah, Mojo. I'm not gonna like commit to like doing all 25 days because like they start to get really time consuming and I have the AI games, but I thought it would be fun to do like the first 5 because the first 5 days are like pretty simple generally. And I've been meaning to give Mojo a little. Oh, I want to get my Mojo back. That's what I want to do the rest of this year is get my Mojo back. I'm not going to like it. The Python killer is actually TypeScript. All right, well then you guys are gonna be delighted because my next honest ad it's not my next videos. My next videos are not this one, but my next honest ad is TypeScript. So I hope you guys will enjoy having a little bit of fun at TypeScript's expense. All right, I found. Let's see. Wait, is this Rust? Is this Rust? I can't see it. It's too small. 1 second. I gotta look over there. Absolutely is not Rust. I don't think. I can't really see. I can't really see. It's a little thing over there. We're gonna raid them anyways because there's somebody to raid. Go say hi to them. You're always up for any honest ad? Very nice. Very nice. You're going to enjoy the TypeScript one. I'm having fun. I'm having fun with the honest ads. There's a few we're going to do. Type dad jokes, the best. Okay. Anyways, I actually am really excited about the TypeScript one because there's a lot of things to make fun of. I don't hate TypeScript. I hope that people realize that. But we'll have fun with it. We'll have fun with it. Go say hi to the Troy modder. They're doing something. And it's in VS Code. They probably have plugins auto-updating. They probably should stop, but they haven't watched my stream. So anyways, go say hi to them. Yeah, I tried to learn Colmac DH. I want to use Colmac DH. I just haven't had the time. I had too much stuff go on. I had too much going on, and I had to just go back to QWERTY for right now, but it's on my docket. Anyways, thanks everybody for joining. Hope to see you again, and maybe stream a little bit more, but we'll see. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks everybody for joining. Bye.